Looks like we are live. Let me just double check here. All right. Hello and welcome, everyone. It's great to have you back, or if this is your first time, welcome. My name is E.I. Warner. I'm a fantasy author, and I'm really excited about today's stream. I think it's going to be a really important stream, and I think it's going to be a really exciting stream. We have really intense, really good writing to do today, and we're going to see. I've never written something so complex on stream, speaking my thought process out loud, so that's going to be something new. Another exciting thing about today's stream is, as you can see, is maybe the new art. We've got this beautiful new overlay that was custom designed by this incredible young artist I found in Brazil named Luis Enrique Medeiros. He is super talented, and we've been working together on this overlay. Today's the first time that we launched it. And you guys, if you keep coming back beyond today, and if you look back, you're just going to see that we keep getting better here. This is a very new thing, but it's something that we're going to continue to keep on doing because I love it and because I think it's important. So let's go ahead and get into today's writing session. We're in the Make Myth series, episode number 3, and today's episode is called Brother. So let's do a little recap who I am. My name's E.I. Werner. I've been a fantasy author for over 18 years. Currently, I am writing a fantasy world, and the primary difference between Earth and that world is that they have different cosmogonic myths. Cosmogonic just means, origin of the universe. So they architect reality from a slightly different place, and that has implications for everything from culture to governance, etc. Who this channel is for. So I created this channel for myself, of course, to express myself and to write, but primarily for to build a community of people. And the first group of people that I am hoping to join this community are fantasy fans who are curious about how these worlds are created behind the scenes. I'm also interested in inviting people who are fantasy fans who are struggle to articulate why they love fantasy. I think that we're going to talk a lot about the timelessness of fantasy, how it's not an escape, it's actually a destination. And this channel is also for guilty adult gamers. So, we are try to take ourselves seriously in this world, but we're also gamers. And I think this is going to be a great community of people who have similar feelings about that. And this is also for aspirants, and I put that there, people who are aspiring to build something, people who are between where they were and where they dreamed of going. It's tough to build things nobody asked for, and it can be lonely. And I'm hoping that this community can make all of us less lonely, including myself. And that's why I said that I'm building this for me at the beginning. I know that sounds a little selfish. It was just a little bit of a mistake. It's this is a lonely process, and I am hoping to build this community and find like-minded souls. So it's for these people I just said who this channel is for, but it is also for me. So let's do a reminder about what the Make Myth series is. I'm here in Athens, Greece right now, where I have decided to set out on this terrific journey where we're going to be doing 34 episodes of a live series of writing where we're going to be trying to write cosmogonic myths and then do some gaming afterwards. And the key, most important thing about this is that endurance is greater than... One second, team. I don't think the chat is working here. Sorry. I can get this set up separately. Give me a moment. I apologize. Just says sign into chat. I want to make sure if anybody is chatting that I can hear you. Still learning here, team. Don't stress. Boom. All right, we're in business. All right, if I'm looking over here, that's just occasionally to check the chat now. Okay, so This is where we were. I'll probably cut that out. So, Make Myth. We are currently in Athens, Greece, where we plan to be writing these cosmogonic myths, visiting mythological sites, and writing live, and then playing games together. And the idea about this is that endurance is far greater than heroics. We're not here to try to catch a viral video. We're not here to have one burst of streaming. We're here to continue showing up again and again, which is what it takes to build something beautiful. And this series is going to conclude on July 7th, 2026, which is not to say that we're going to stop streaming altogether. That's obviously not the case. But it is a great moment for us to stop and reflect and pause and see how we're doing and set some goals for while we're here. So these are our Make Myth goals. As you can see, there's a lot of sevens, including the July 7th date. I don't think we need to go through all of these. We're not even close to hitting most of them, but everything is 7 themed, and we're really just trying to grow this community. But the most important ones, I think, are the 7 original myths drafted. That's the one I want to hop on here. This is a writing goal that is extremely important to me. And as long as we're keeping up with that and consistently hopping on and streaming, we're doing great here, team. And even if we don't, we're going to aspire to hit these, but it's one day at a time. So let's hop in and recap what the first 2 episodes were about. So the biggest myth about myths is that they are, a widely held belief that is not true. That's kind of the most common definition. People say, there's mythbusters, right? So they're saying, okay, this is something that's not true that needs to be kind of disproven. But I actually think that myth is truer than true, and I'll explain that a little bit. So if a story is something that happened, a myth is something that happened, is happening, and will happen. It's looking for those timeless truths, those things, those stories that keep recurring to try to architect our reality and our understanding of it. And why write new myths? Why do this at all? It's kind of difficult for, I think, a lot of people who don't study this like I do to recognize the ways that cosmogonic and origin creation stories influence our culture, influence our day-to-day life. And I think by taking people to an entirely different destination that has entirely different rules and architected reality from a completely different position, it'll help us see our own world a little bit better and also be just an incredibly interesting intellectual exercise to say, what do we like about this? What do we not? And even just having those conversations, I think is something that I find very interesting. So my original series of myths is called Once, as in Once Upon a Time. And here's the log line. 7 original myths braid astrophysics, philosophy, and religion into a single foundational hymn, tracing humanity's emergence from before the beginning. So that's a whole lot of jargon, but what we really want to talk about here is that we have 7 myths that we're writing. We are always looking at astrophysics, philosophy, religion. We're looking at other people who have done similar things in the past for inspiration. Now, we are looking for overlapping threads, but again, this is not a comparative mythology class. This is a writing class. We're writing our own cosmogonic myths for a fantasy world. And tracing humanity's emergence from before the beginning. So if you see here, the first myth is origin of the cosmos, and we'll reflect on that a bit today. And the last one is origin of humanity. And the key thing that I just wanted to highlight here is that the primary ethos beneath this entire mythology that you don't really find out until the end, but I think it's important for us to discuss, is that the sun is going to die and only we can save it. And so everything that people do in this world is aligned with this idea that humanity has a responsibility to save the sun. And that we can't be passive observers, wait for a messiah, nothing like that. There are active things that we need to accomplish in order to set this in motion. And I think that's quite a powerful idea. So I want to just highlight here before we get into the actual writing that we have these writing goals. And so you can see I've done a lot of the outlines for these mythologies. Those are the things I've already completed. And right here I'm in the brother draft mode goal. And so that's what we're going to be working on today is the brother myth. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get writing. Okay, so we are now in our manuscript, and give me a moment here. I think we're going to do a reading of everything that we've already done, and it's short. You can see it's 194 words, and then we're going to get into writing the new material. Okay. So, hey everyone, just for anybody who just came in, I saw a bunch of people just hop into the chat. We are going to do a little reading of the existing manuscript. It's only 194 words, don't worry, it's not going to go on forever. And then we are going to get started on some deep writing today. It's going to be a serious session. This is the most serious session I've ever had tried to do live on stream. This is going to be a very complicated and difficult story to tell, but we are going to tell it. So first I'm going to read this, and then we're going to analyze it, and so you can kind of understand exactly where we are and watch this back to understand what myths we're saying. I think it'll be helpful. Less live, I think it may be a little bit more difficult to track, but if you read it back, you'll be able to find my analysis and catch up with exactly where we are and understand what we're writing today and what we're going to be writing on Tuesday as well. So here we go. Once is the first of these 7 myths, and I'm going to read it. Once is the name of the first myth, but it's also the name of the compendium of 7. So it's a little confusing there, but I think you guys are smart enough to get it. So once, only one, only darkness. At once, light declares itself, severs 1 to 2, before to after. Light is holy, light is whole, light is epicene, light is itself. Darkness yearns to be one again. Darkness swallows light within one singular seed. Still, light loves to be and become. One seed cannot contain it. At once, light shines, shatters one seed. A golden sun emerges. Still, sun loves to be and bestow itself. Sun severs of itself 7 planets to behold it. Severed, sun is less than it was. Beheld, darkness cannot claim them. That's a lot here, team, but let's unpack it. I think that you are going to be able to follow and understand it if we unpack it. So once, we're saying like once upon a time, this only happened once. There was only one. There was only darkness. So there was a singularity, a void. This is, of all the concepts in my research of comparative mythology, religion, and philosophy, this is the most prevalent idea that there was an empty, yawning void, a singularity prior to creation. At once, light declares itself. So the first act of creation is light declaring itself. And this is kind of where the first fork does happen in a lot of these mythologies. Like, is there a creator or is there not? Does the universe emerge of its own volition, or did someone who predated the universe create it? But people tend to agree. We sever 1 to 2, before to after, so that there's a separation of light and darkness, and that this creates duality from singularity. And the next part, light is holy, light is whole, light is epicene, light is itself. It is also extremely common, it is almost universally common that light is considered to be good, light is considered to be holy and a divine spirit. You know, Jesus is cloaked in light. God is described frequently as being a sort of blinding light and a sort of radiance. So darkness yearns to be one again. This is a black hole. So we have this idea that there's this original separation between light and darkness, but darkness wants to go back to being singular. It is not evil necessarily. It just wants to be singular again. And so that black hole starts to suck light in. And at the center of a black hole is one singular seed. And this is an extremely common trope across pretty much all mythology, the cosmogonic egg or the seed. And it's also, if you understand, at the bottom of a black hole, there everything is kind of condensed into a singular point. And so in our mythology, instead of having like the Big Bang, we're about to have the Big Bang, we first have this light emergence, then drawing into a singularity, and then there's going to be an explosion. So here we are at the very bottom of the seed. We're at the very depths of it. We're becoming the primordial atom. And when it's about to approach singularity, it's about to get destroyed, there's this idea that still light loves. It loves to be and become. It wants to exist. It resists the final moment when it's about to be collapsed into singularity. It resists. And one seed cannot contain it. At once, light shines, shatters one seed. This is the Big Bang. All right, so we're exploding. We're creating the universe here. A golden sun emerges. Still, sun loves. We're staying, still because it has transfigured from light into the sun. Loves to be and bestow itself. Now we're seeing an evolution from be and become to bestow itself. The sun is more generous than the original light was. Sun severs of itself 7 planets to behold it. So this is where we go. So we got light shines, shadows one seed. That's Big Bang. Sun is the first thing to create. Sun is super generous. Sun severs of itself 7 planets to behold it. So it creates the planets. And severed, and there's that number 7 again. We're seeing this, we're going to see this again and again and again on purpose. It's a very, very mythologically relevant number. We can talk about that at a later date. So severed sun is less than it was. I'm claiming here that it demanded a sacrifice in order to actually create the planets. And I'm saying here, beheld, darkness cannot claim them. There's this idea that they need to be witnessing one another in order to remain safe from darkness, that it's really important. If a tree falls in the woods and there's no one to hear it, did it make a sound? And this is arguing that you need to have somebody hear the sound in order for it to exist and remain existent. Okay, let's hop into the next story. This is the one that we wrote in our last section. Mother. Sun severs 7 children of itself, one unlike her brothers. She, the only daughter of Sun beholds itself glimmering in her sweet waters. She dances around Sun until she dances where she began. There she beholds Sun without shadow, so beholds her own. Sun is all light, she hath shadow. Sun is epicenity itself, she only its daughter. She twirls to escape her shadow. She weeps, shame will not release her. 2 tears fall, to dawn to dusk. Salt cuts sweet, shame meets awe. Son and sunborn, so daughter become mother. This is a very powerful one. This is a very interesting one, and we're going to walk through it quickly. So the sun makes the planets. One of them is different. That's Earth, because she is the only daughter of Sun. She's the only distinctly feminine entity of all these celestial bodies that have been created so far. The sun beholds itself glimmering in her sweet waters. This is a huge recurring mythology trope where God sees itself reflected on Earth. God sees itself reflected in people, and we have that represented here. She dances around Sun. This is orbital rotation, right? So she's a planet, so obviously she's going to dance around the Sun until she dances where she began. She completes one orbital rotation. She comes back to where she started. That's 1 year. There she beholds Sun without shadow. So even though she's back in the same exact place, she is slightly different this time around because 1 year has passed. She's grown older, and complexity does tend to emerge as time passes. So there she beholds Sun without shadow, so beholds her own. And this is an incredibly recurring trope as well, where before the divine's perfection, we feel imperfect and we feel horrible. This is especially common when people were meeting Jesus. They would fall on their feet and say, "Oh, I'm so terrible because you are so perfect." And we can all relate to that. If you look at somebody on Instagram who's so sexy and perfect and their life is awesome and they got rich young and or they're a Nepo baby, you're like, man, my life is such ass. And so perfection, actually creates imperfection. And here she's comparing herself to the sun. She's saying sun is all light, she half shadow. Sun is epicenity itself. Okay, so sun is epicenity itself. What does the word epicene mean? It's such an interesting word. It actually means as of or pertaining to having both or neither gender. So the sun is a perfect example. Energy is a perfect example. These are things that are not feminine or masculine, and because they're neither, they're both and they're neither. They're beyond gender, right? Because they're both and they're neither. And so the sun is not gendered, and she is only its daughter. So she has one side of it, so she's incomplete in a sense. If she looks at epicenity as ideal, she is only half of that. She is only feminine. So she twirls and twirls to escape her shadow. This is her rotation along the horizontal x-axis. She weeps. Shame will not release her. So it's futile. You can't escape the shadow, So when she cries, two tears fall to dawn to dusk, so like opposite poles. There's 2 points where night turns to day and day turns to night on either side. And at each of those poles, one of these suns is going to be born. There, salt water cuts sweet water. Shame and awe meet each other. And there is where life is first born and the daughter becomes a mother. And that's where we're going to be starting today. Which is this idea that, actually the mother's yearning, the mother's shame before light is what causes her to spin. It's what causes her to cry. And those elements colliding with other elements are actually what create life. And so it's kind of this complex idea where on one hand, shame is obviously terrible. She's so sad, she's crying. On the other hand, it is like a core element to her being able to create life. So let me drink a little water, and then we're going to get right into the writing here. All right. So, brother, let's look at the outline. I worked on these outlines before we decided to write live. That way I knew where I was going. So 2 sons are born from the mother's tears. I actually already know this. I don't think I want to walk through the whole outline. I'll kind of walk you just through what we're doing. But the idea is this. Let me think about how much I go ahead or if we just write it. I mean, we have been talking a lot, and maybe we just get into the writing. I'll just kind of explain what we're doing. But we're talking about the origin of good and evil through 2 brothers, and there are a lot of examples of this. We've got Cain and Abel, we've got Romulus and Remus, we've got Set and Osiris, right? And this is a common trope in order to express duality and how things, how the universe is split. So. Let's go ahead and get started here. Line 1. Before I dive in, I want to just explain, actually, we're going to have 2 columns. I think we're going to have this be... At times, it's going to be unified and there's only one voice when it's identical, and then there's going to be times when they split out into 2 stories that kind of read side by side, like opposites. And so we are going to get writing here. So the first thing that happens is that they're born, right? We're just writing fast here. 2 sons born, both the same. Except one is born at dawn, one is born at dusk, right? So sometimes I'm going to get a little quiet here when I'm focusing. And shame, sun and sun, born. Okay. Now we want to get right into it. So I'm saying before I'm repeating this, Glimmer Shadow on Shim has a nice rhythm to it, but I think this is kind of cool to say neither knows his brother, right? So we're saying that they're born at these opposite places, but twin sons, both same, neither knows his brother. We need to say that they're born on either edge, because we're saying that they're both the same, but we're also saying that they're born on opposite places. That's why they would not know each other, right? So twin sons. And we can't get too stuck on this team. We got to keep pushing. We'll come back to it. It doesn't have to be perfect. Both same, born at edge and edge. Both same, neither knows his brother. Neither knows his brother. So now we're saying mother loves both sons equally. We're going to clean this up. We can make these yellow to show that we need to come back. Okay. Mother loves both sons equally. She transfigures her waters into milk. So this is what we're saying here, team. At each pole, a brother is born, but neither knows the other one exists. But the mother, otherwise they're identical. And the mother loves each of them equally. So what she does is she's made of water, right? She's earth. She transfigures her waters into milk for them to drink. So her sons might drink of her. So each, and you'll see it's going to be ugly at the start, team. That's okay. Stand before the sun and not feel the same shame that she does. So we said that she feels ashamed when she's before the sun, before the perfection. She wants for her kids to not feel the same shame that she does. That's her primary mission here. Let's review this, and then I'm going to take a quick break, run to the bathroom, grab some water, and then we are going to keep hopping in here, team. So twin sons born at edge and edge. This I don't like. We need to figure out another way to do that. Both the same. I like that. It's kind of clean. It's a very tight sentence there. Neither knows his brother. This is powerful. Neither of them knows that their brother exists. Mother loves both sons equally. This word is going to need a fix, so we can go like that. She transfigures her waters into milk. That's okay. We need a better language, but the idea is good. So her sons might drink of her. So each might become his self, stand before sun, and not feel shame. Okay, we are warming up here, team. You're going to see this is going to get much better by the end of our session. It's just a warm up. But we've been talking for a while. I'm going to get some water, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Where have we been? We have been working on our manuscript, and it was so far it's been an incredibly difficult writing session. We have not hit our flow just yet. We had a nice intro. We've got this beautiful overlay, but none of that really matters if I can't write well on stream. The one thing to keep in mind, though, is that this was going to be hard even if I was writing it off stream. So I took a little break. I took a breather. I went back and revisited my outline and gathered myself. We're going to push through here, team. We're going to really see if we can't do some great writing here live on stream. Let's do it. So I think what we're going to try to do is we're just going to write it as plain language as possible. And then we're going to go back and translate it. So let's do that. Let's change this color here. Let's get a reset. Mother births twin sons at each edge of shadow and light, night and day. Both sons are identical. Neither knows his brother. Okay. So that's our first line here. Now, the next thing we're trying to say is mother loves each of her sons equally. So she transforms, let's use an easier word, transforms her waters into milk for them to drink. She wants to nourish them so they can become each. This is an important word here, each. Itself to stand before light and not be ashamed. All right, let's check in. And keep going. So this is actually pretty good. So this is where we're at. Mother gives birth to two sons. She gives birth to them at each edge, each pole, where light turns at two places. There's two places where night turns to day and day turns to night. And those are the two places where the sons are born. Both sons are identical. We're going to fix the wording later. Neither knows his brother. That's very important because they're born on opposite poles. They don't know each other. Obviously, they're going to collide at some point. Mother loves each of her sons equally. That's very important. Even though each of them are going to get different treatment, she loves them each equally. She transforms her waters into milk for them to drink. That makes sense, right? Mother Earth, from her bosom, nourishes all of us. She wants to nourish them so each of them can become his self. Every mother wants their children to become who they are. And in this case, she wants them to become themselves so that they can stand before light and not be ashamed. As we discussed earlier, before divine perfection, Earth felt shame, and that's why she was spinning and going off the rails there. So, now... we're just gonna fill this. So we're gonna have we're gonna start to have two columns soon. Let me enable full width here. Okay. It's tough because from a formatting perspective, Because they're not going to line up on empty lines. It's all right. I'll show you what I'm trying to do in a sec. These things, these little formatting tries don't matter when you're not live, but when we are live, you know, I guess maybe, okay. Not be ashamed. So now this is where it splits. Okay. Let me get a clean piece of paper here. Okay, so if we go 11. So now we're going to split into the two brothers. And so we're going to have the dawn sun. And we're going to have the dusk sun. Keeping in mind that actually the dawn sun is what Lucifer was originally called before he fell from grace, but that's not exactly what we're talking about here today. Okay, so dawn sun drinks mother's milk in the light of day. The day milk, remember we're just writing commonplace words as we get through. The day milk is thick and nourishing. So let's do the opposite now. Drinks mother's milk in the dark of night. The night milk is thin and briny. Briny means like salty. Okay. Guys, I'm really like writing this right now. You know, I'm making this shit up as we go along. I have my outline, but we'll see how by the end we'll see where we end up. Yeah, at the start it always starts shitty. I have to trust myself, and I'll earn that trust from you guys over time. It's not right now. I can't expect you to trust me on the writing front just yet. They look thick and nourishing. He grows 4 eyes to seek light's splendor. He severs 4 tongues to flee dark's cold. All right, let's check in. So we're saying mother births 2 twins. She births them each at the edge of shadow and light, at the edge of night and day. Both sons are identical. Neither knows his brother, so they're exactly the same, and neither knows of his brother. And thus, mother loves each of them equally. She transforms her waters into milk for them to drink because she wants to nourish them so each can become who he's supposed to be, become himself, to stand before light and not be ashamed. So remember we said over in the mother story that when she saw the divine light, that it's perfection, it made her feel imperfect. So now we have the dawn sun and the dusk sun. We have 2 suns. That's why we split it into 2 columns. I've always felt in my core that I wanted to do this in this story. I'm not sure if it's going to start one and then the other and go 2, but I do think that this is both brothers, and each of these is kind of a more individualized experience. So I wanted to reflect that in the formatting. But we'll see how it all shakes out. We're making this up as we go along. Okay, to seek light splendor. So now he's drinking the milk. The dawn sun drinks the milk, and in the day, the light milk, it's like dew, is thick and nourishing. Whereas the dusk sun drinks the milk in the middle of the night, and the milk is shitty. It's thin and briny. And so with his extra nourishment, this guy, this dawn sun, he goes ahead and grows four eyes to seek light splendor, to go ahead and seek it. Because remember, Earth is like twirling and dancing. She's always moving, and so you can't just stay in one place and have light remain there. Whereas over on this side, we have the dusk sun who severs four tongues to flee dark's cold. And so now we have actually the names of these brothers, which is going to be Four Eye and Four Tongue. It's spelled like this. Introducing Four Eye and Four Tongue. I am very curious to see what this myth looks like by the end of this writing session, because I'm going to keep going. I was going to be writing this today anyway, and now we're just doing it live, and I just need to not be ashamed of the process. This is what I do if I was alone. So the question is, do we go right to their clash, right? So here they're moving in the same direction, right? One is moving away from darkness, and one is moving towards light. They're actually headed towards a collision, and so the question is that collision right now? I think it's not. I think we say she dances, so she orbits. She twirls. Mother dances, comma twirls. Mother twirls, weeps. We'll see which order. I actually kind of like that they're opposite. That's how it would happen if you're looking at the physics. So where they're at, Mother dances, twirls, brother and brother clash. We're just doing the raw version here. Brother and brother clash. A spire twists between them. On this spire, only one can ascend. On this spire, only one can ascend. All right, so we're seeing a mirroring here between the two brothers. So they clash for the first time. And we're just trying to get to the end and see what we have here, team. And then we're going to make it pretty. So, Four Eye is stronger than Four Tongue due to nourishment, due to milk. So remember that one of them was drinking nourishing milk, and the other one was drinking, briny milk, and so he didn't get fed. Four Tongue is weaker than Four Eye due to milk. And this will get pretty unpoetic, don't worry. Hurls is brother back tonight. Is hurled back tonight. Okay. We're starting to hit a little rhythm here. Four Eye seizes the dawn. Four Tongue falls to dusk. Okay. So from the top of the spire, I'm going to use just FE for now. FE reflects. From the top of the spire, FT reflects. I'm using FE and FT for I and for tongue for just right now as we push to the end and then reflect on OEM. Compassion aches him for his brother. Envy poisons him against his brother. It was never fair. Okay. So at this point, let me check in with you guys. All right. So this is the story. Mother gives birth to two twin sons. She gives birth to each. One is born at each edge between day and night. Right. There's two points on Earth where day and night switch, dawn and dusk. Both sons are identical. So we're saying that they are exactly the same when they're born. And we're also saying that neither knows his brother, so they don't know that he exists. We're trying to build a little tension, saying, okay, of course they're going to clash, and makes us want to be curious about that. We're saying mother loves each of her sons equally, and she transforms her waters into milk for them to drink. She wants to nourish him so each can become himself, which is what every mother wants for their children. And then she clarifies that she wants them to stand before light and not be ashamed. Remember, we said that she stood before light and was ashamed back in the last story. So now we split into two different stories. I want to have them kind of mirror one another. We have the dawn son and we have the dusk son. He drinks mother's milk in the light of day. He drinks mother's milk in the dark of night. The day milk is thick and nourishing. The night milk is thin and briny. He grows four eyes to seek light's splendor. He severs four tongues to flee dark's cold. We're saying each one, he has extra nourishment to grow these eyes. He doesn't, but he cuts himself, his current form, into four tongues so that he can flee dark's cold. And they're obviously headed in the same direction. If you're heading towards light or you're heading away from darkness, you're going to the same place. So mother dances and twirls, mother twirls and weeps. Let's just say mother, I want to get the salt in there. Mother weeps, twirls, mother dances, twirls, brother and brother clash, a spire twists between them. So we're saying like where they meet, a spire grows between the two forces, the opposing forces. And on this spire, only one can ascend. So we're saying that Four Eye is stronger than Four Tongue due to the quality of the milk that he drank. And Four Tongue is weak, thus Four Tongue is weaker than his brother due to the milk that he drank. He hurls his brother back to night, is hurled back to night. Okay, that's pretty ugly, but sure. Four Eye sees the dawn, Four Tongue falls to dusk. And now we're saying from the top of the spire, Four Eyes reflects from the top of the spire, from the bottom. I think from the brightest point, let's say. they reflect on what just happened. They just met each other's brother, right? And this is where good comes to exist. Compassion aches him for his brother because it was never fair, right? And that's what I'm arguing in this myth is kind of the origin of goodness, which is compassion for those less fortunate than you. But on the opposite side, envy poisons Fortung against his brother. It was never fair, and he got the short end of the stick, and that's where I'm arguing, evil comes from. So, this seems like a natural place for a break. We're going to go ahead and do that, and we'll come back. We're continuing. We've got a lot more writing to do. Appreciate you all, and talk soon. back, everybody. We're gonna get right into it. So this is the outline. We're not going there. I was just reviewing it in the break. We are pushing through. We are going to try to get to the end before we start editing and polishing to make it sound rhythmic. We've already been writing for roughly an hour. It's been tough, but not in an unexpected way. The first draft is just tough. You just got to get through it, and then we'll be able to refine and make it beautiful. So we're saying that the two brothers, they collide, and then I said that the origin of good is the brother who wins, having compassion for the brother who loses, and the origin of evil is the brother who loses, having envy for the brother who wins. So what I'm going to say here is 4i, and 4i decides to descend into darkness to redeem his brother. All right, so this is goodness. He's sacrificing himself, right? And so 4tong decides to descend into shadow. So he's going to shadow. He's going into night. And he's going into only darkness, like the actual black abyss. He's trying to commit suicide. Is this guy. He's trying to kill himself. He's saying, my whole life, my whole existence is shit and pain, and it was never fair, so I'm going to try to kill myself to escape his brother. Creates too much pain, right, to lose. It's not just about, it's the humiliation of being lost, so he's trying to escape that. To redeem his brother, Effie is blinded by darkness, nearly dies. FT is swallowed, is blinded by shadow. Let's say we got to be careful about what words we're using. By shadow, FT is swallowed by darkness, nearly dies. We'll clean it up, don't worry. Nearly dies at the last moment. At the last moment, mother saves her son. Mother saves her son. Opens. She wraps him in a womb. This is the fiery core of Earth. She wraps him in a womb. She cases him in a shell. From inside the womb, from inside the shell, this is the moon, by the way. From inside the shell, four eye foresees, 4tong foretells. He will redeem his brother, his mother, and light itself. So this, we add a little comma there, and light itself. He will swallow his brother, mother, comma, and light itself. say brightest lights. We'll come up with the cool brightest lights. Darkest singularity. All right. Let's review what we have and then we'll make it clean. And keep in mind, these are all the, where there's a final, so these are the reader drafts, and then ultimately we're going to have a hater draft, which is for people who want to poke holes and not even like it, where we really polish it, but we are going to get pretty far in the polish today. We just got started. Writing sessions, we've already been going over an hour, but these things take a while. It takes a while to write. So we're saying that the mother gives birth to two sons, the mother being Earth. At each edge of the Earth, where night turns to day, there's two of them. It's on a sphere. That it's those two places where the sons are born. We're saying that both sons are entirely identical, and we're saying that neither of them knows his brother. We're saying that mother loves each of them equally, so she transforms her waters into milk for them to drink. That makes sense. It's a very natural motherly instinct. She wants to nourish them so each of them can become his self. We're saying, which is a very common understanding of what a mother wants for their children, is for them to be themselves and grow into that. But in addition, we can tell that the mother wants us to stand before light and not be ashamed. So she stood before light and was ashamed. She hopes that that pain, that suffering that caused her to cry, that her sons don't experience that. So she wants them to be better than that. We said that now we have two sons, dusk son, dawn son, drinks mother's milk in the light of day, drinks mother's milk in the dark of night. The day milk is thick and nourishing. The night milk is thin and briny. And remember, we're seeing the parallels here. They mirror each other. He grows 4 eyes to seek light splendor. He severs 4 tongues to flee dark's cold. They're headed in the same direction. If you're going towards light, you're headed away from darkness. You're headed towards the same place. So we're saying mother dances and twirls. Mother weeps, twirls, right? So we're saying that the seasons continue to pass. She continues along her orbital rotation, as well as spinning along her horizontal axis. And it's at this point that brother and brother clash. We're going to have a cool word for how they clash, I think. We got to find a way to do that. And a spire rises between them like a mountain. And this is a very iconic, a mountain with a peak is an iconic mythological trope. So a spire twists between them. On this spire, only one can ascend. It's only one person can win. And 4 eyes stronger than 4 tongue due to milk being stronger. That makes sense. 4 tongue is weaker than him. And so that's never fair, because even though they were born identically, 4 tongue is weaker because he got the shitty milk. It's kind of unfair. So he hurls his brother back to night because he's afraid of the dark. He's hurled back to night. 4 eyes sees at the dawn. He falls to dusk. Okay. So from the brightest point, 4 eye reflects, and compassion aches for his brother. He feels badly that it was never fair. And from the darkest point, 4 tongue reflects, and he feels envy. He feels furious, and hatred poisons him because he looks at his brother who just threw him down. It's like, bro, this was never fair. I got the shitty milk. So 4 eye decides to descend into night to sacrifice himself to redeem his brother. 4 tongue decides to sacrifice himself. 4 eye decides to try to commit suicide. He's trying to escape the pain of his existence. They're about to die, and at the last moment, the mother saves them. She wraps 4 eye, because he's on Earth, is wrapped in a womb inside her. This becomes the ember core of Earth, and she gives him a shell. This becomes the moon. And from inside the womb, from inside the shell, here we have competing prophecies. 4 eye foresees, 4 eye foretells. He will redeem his brother, mother, and light itself, and create the brightest lights, and he will swallow his brother, mother, and light itself in the darkest singularity. So this is the good prophecy and the bad prophecy. Now let's start to think about cleaning this up. I'm wondering about the format first. You'd think that writers just automatically know how it all should look on the page, but you have to wrestle with this. Here's what we're thinking about. We have at the beginning I was having 1 column, and then I was switching to 2 columns because here their stories are entirely aligned. It's kind of from mother's perspective. But then here each one has a distinct perspective, but I think we actually should just start from the brother's perspective. This is about the brothers. This is not about mother. So I am considering just going right into the columns to start. So let's do that. Let's try a new draft here. I like to work downwards like this. Slash colors. Okay. So we can start easily. So we can say at dawn, at dusk, one son born of mother, one son born of mother, do I say that they're both the same here? So one son born of mother at dusk, at dawn. One son born of mother. I don't think so, because if it's from the brother's perspective, he doesn't know that he's the same. But I do want it to be clear that they're the same, because otherwise, I want it to be circumstance that causes them to be this way. But no, it's not his brother. We need to come back and consider if we need to say that they're each the same, but where do we go? No, I think we do need to start here, because I need to be able to claim that she loves them each equally, and I need to be able to claim that both are identical. Just go back. See how far back we can go, if that'll work. Glimmer and shadow, awe and shame, twin sons born of mother. Ooh, that sounds cool. Son and son born to mother. I like that we'll say to mother, because two, two sons born to mother. Could be cool. That's one here. place, and I think we want to make it clear it's in two places. So place on place. Edge and edge. And sign. Both come out of the same. Neither knows his brother. Does this work? This could work. Let's see. It's kind of a weak start, place and place, edge and edge, but it does get us to accomplish what we're trying to say, which is that it happens at both poles. Place and place, edge and end, son and son born to mother, both same. Neither knows his brother. That actually kind of works. All right, so here's where we're at. We're trying to make this more poetic now. So we wrote to the end, and now we are writing clean, and that's why it takes a little bit more time. We're saying place and place, edge and edge, son, son born to mother. Both are the same, and neither knows his brother. Mother loves, loves, twin and twin. I think we actually repeat. Sometimes in these mythic languages, it gets kind of powerful when you repeat. So both same, neither knows mother, mother loves, loves. Turns. Turns her waters to milk turns your waters to milk. So they might for them to drink. This could be a powerful first line. So each might become his self. She wants them to become themselves. Stand before light and no shame. All right, so now we're making it pretty no shame. That's kind of cool. No. I don't want to get stuck on that beginning, but this first two lines is not quite working for me. We have to open with something that's not about a place. So it has to be about mother, it has to be about the brothers, but we keep on. Mother loves both the same, turns waters to milk. Her waters, do we need her? Probably. No, we probably don't. I mean, she's the only one. So each might become a self and stand before light and no shame. I don't think we need stand. Become a self. No, we do need stand. His self. Stand before light and no shame. Okay. That'll do. This could also be a start at dawn, at dusk, and 2 columns. We'll see. Drinks morning milk. So we're trying to make it pretty here, but what we're saying is that the milk in the sun, milk, honey sweet, thick and nourishing. Honey sweet and thick. briny. What's something like honey, but on the opposite side? What's like the shitty version of honey? Huh. Could be like piss. But we could start with tears. Briny and thin. He is nourished and full. He is famished. I like that. Famished and nourished have a nice opposite element to it. And empty. What's the opposite of splendor? Fear, let's say terror. Kind of rhymes too. It's nice. How are we feeling, team? Doing good? People have been joining but not sticking around for too long. I recognize it might not be the most interesting thing for most people to watch somebody write fiction live, but this is what it looks like. It starts ugly and then you kind of wrestle it for a couple hours, and I'm not going anywhere until I make it better. So I think it'll be more interesting when we reflect on it and see how it turns out. But I think this is a unique process, and I am enjoying speaking out loud. I don't think it's negatively impacted me at all. I had moments of insecurity about how about different sentences that aren't working, etc. But overall, I feel like this is kind of similar to my normal process. Like, I don't think that this is going slower because I'm speaking out loud. I think there's a little bit more explanation going on, but I would say maybe 10% slower, and I'm enjoying it. So it's all good. I don't think we need this. So I was saying Mother Dances and Twirls, right? I'm saying time passes, which is true, via like orbital rotation and horizontal axes, but I don't think we need it. I think we just want them to clash. We gotta go faster here. I'm talking about it in the story. I'm not rushing the writing side. I'm gonna just keep writing until it's good, or I burn out. I'm trying to think about how to make this like almost loud, so they clash, and a spire is gonna, like a mountain is formed in between them. So Can I say where they clash? I'm trying to set up the clash, right? This is the first time they meet. We could try to do something similar to how we've done the seasons, like Clash, Brother, Grapples, Brother. Oops. Dude, stop. This is an option. It's actually not bad, but I'm going to try this also. It would be opposite for this guy. It'd be four tongue first. Stop. The behavior's slightly different when I'm streaming on Notion on this side screen. It's throwing me off a tiny bit, but we're a resilient team. Come on. We can't be stopped by a little cabbage like that. Four eye clashes, four tongue. I've always wanted to use aspire and aspire, like, this word. So I'm going to try to use that. I don't know exactly how I'm going to make it work, but that's why I said aspire. I think it's just, I'm looking for an opportunity. Both these brothers do want something. And so I'm looking for that angle here to get aspire and aspire both in there. All right, team, we're going to take a quick break. We're still writing for a while now. We're not even close to done with our writing session for the day. I'm going to go grab some coffee, and I will be right back. everybody. We are working on cosmogonic myth, the third of 7 of these. And it's called Brother. It's about the origin of good and evil. We wrote the whole thing super rough, and now we're going back and we're trying to make it a little bit pretty, medium pretty. There's going to be a final polishing when we finish all 7 myths, but I'm a big believer in pushing to the end, seeing what you got, and then obsessively editing. But the way we have it written right now is too ugly. It's not representing the truth of the story that we're looking for. So we are going to continue writing here and wrestling with this. We've already been writing for roughly, I think, an hour and a half. We're not even close to done yet, so just bear with me. I think you'll see by the end that it's significantly better than when we started, even if every minute there's not a huge breakthrough. And that's just kind of the nature of writing, and I think that is something I have to feel comfortable with, and as trying to write on stream. I don't think that this is going any slower or any worse because I'm doing it live than if I was doing it by myself. And I would already be doing it by myself. So I'm hoping to find other people who are interested in these kinds of things and continue working on it together. So I want to try something. This is how it goes, team. I got nothing to apologize for by trying and giving it a whirl, and I've got all day if I need to set aside for this because writing is my purpose and my passion. I think we go for I think it's too confusing. It might be confusing to have it break from 2 and 2, so maybe we just do at dawn, at dusk. Born of mother. Each same as his twin. Let's keep it as one person, right? If the left is one brother and the right is the other brother, then we should keep it like singular instead of lumping them together. I think it'll make it feel more personalized for each brother. I like twin here because it indicates that there's another one. So you have one twin, it indicates that there's another. Implies that. No, it's not. His brother. It's actually kind of a clean start to this. It's the cleanest start we've had so far. And we tried 3 different. This is our 3rd attempt at an opener here, Tim. We probably need one more line in this, but I don't want to get stuck on it because I am accomplishing everything that I need to do. And I think a dawn at dusk means I can get rid of like edge and edge, place and place, right? So it's actually kind of cleaner. I'm not going to delete these, but I'm like reapplying. So before I had mother loves each son equally, but in this case, I think I want to say that she loves each one entirely, and just make it, instead of comparing them, just use the same word to compare the love across both to demonstrate its equality. Oh, I might have an idea on something separate for this. Let's see. Same form. This could have a nice rhythm to it, team. It's poetry. We'll see, though. I don't want to claim it. I'm doing born. This is kind of clean. I like the ands, like dawn and dusk, sun and sun. Instead of two suns, you could say sun and sun, right? And that's where you can start getting to the poetry of it. Dawn and dusk, sun and sun. What if it was like this? Same form, comma, one mother. still wrestling with the two columns at one, man. This formatting is tough. When you have a opponent, you can really do anything you want, but that level of freedom is also can be crippling sometimes. But I don't feel crippled. I'm just saying I haven't made a decision yet. I think this has a better rhythm. Dawn and dusk, edge and edge. Sun and sun. I want to say same form, same fate, but that doesn't sound good. And that word doesn't hit right, even though it sounds nice. Same form, same fate. I don't know why I was thinking that, but. You could also say, what else are they the same with, right? So they're both, let's say, I think one form works. This was all a waste of time, as happens, team. I hope this turns out good by the end, because we've been struggling. And that way you can see how wrestling you kind of get through to something good at the end. If I fail, then that would blow. All right. I like the interplay between like neither and both, truthfully, but I haven't been able to make it work yet. Actually, that kind of works. But we don't have the both, but we can still use the neither. I kind of like this. What do you guys think? I'm starting to see something here. Like a potential theme, you know, when you're looking at a poem, you're looking for things that we can kind of repeat and come back, and then you can maybe invert expectations. So both sound same, right? So we're saying both the comma same, both sounds comma the same. Let's see where we're at. Oh man, I look weird when I'm tilted like that. Right, but I'll just focus, bro. Alright, I gotta keep it. I can't be tilted like that. Alright. Neither knows his brother, mother loves both sons, same father, one rook. And become himself, stand before light and know no shame. I wonder if it's no shame or not her shame. It doesn't matter right now. Let me ask Claude about transform synonyms. I'll show you guys how I use AI. So I have this project here, Writing Brother, I made last night, and all it has is a little overview about the project. It has the log line, the introduction, and kind of what each myth is about. I also put in style notes about the way that I write, and capitalization, best practices. That's really it. It's kind of simple. And then I provided the outlines. That's all. So that when it knows, and you can see all this, so that when it knows, it has the context for what we're doing. So now let me show you how I use it. So keep in mind, I think that it's very ethical to use AI in this way, and I'm using it to try to give me a synonym, so you'll see. So, all right. Hello. I am Writing Brother live on stream. Pretty much no one is watching, but we're having a nice sesh. Here's where I'm at so far. What are options for the word transform from water to milk? And what are their definitions? I was considering the word transfigure, but then I realized I didn't fully understand the difference between transformation and transfiguration. Give me a few options. So we're just looking for synonyms. That's what we're using it for. And see what it comes up with, just to inspire us. And I used to work in tech. I'm pretty into AI. Like I'm down. I don't use it. You'll see what I use it for. I'll just be completely transparent about it. Okay, so transform changes form or nature, neutral, broad, the most general of the group. Transfigures changes outward appearance, often with a divine or radiant quality. The root is figura. In religious, the transfiguration, it means inner glory. I think transfigure seems right. This is probably your strongest candidate given the rich. I think based on reading that it is. Transmutes, alchemical, changes one substance into another. Very material, almost less divine, more process. Could work, yeah. It does seem like a more masculine alchemist thing to do, to transmute, versus a feminine, like it's kind of flowing, it's transfiguration. I know that's an abstract way to say it, but I do. And trends and rents, yeah, I think we're going to go with transfigure. So that's how I use AI. We just thought about synonyms. I didn't really know what transfigures meant versus transformation. And it confirmed for me that I should use that word by just asking a quick question. I wonder if we no, we don't want to get caught on that right now. All right. Intense writing session, team. This is what it looks like behind the scenes. This is what I do. think I want to individualize it. This is pretty abstract, but if I say neither, then I'm indicating that this thing knows about both of them. And I'm trying to say that this is kind of just from the Dawn Sun's perspective. So I'm going to say knows not his brother versus neither knows his brother. Just seems like a little bit more out of it. I want it to be from his perspective. At dawn. One form. Maybe her son. Instead of comparing them. I think 2 loves is enough. You know, I want to say she loves him a lot, but I think 2 loves is kind of enough. It's coming together, actually. Well, let's see where we at. Let's go back. So we have 2 brothers, right? So at dawn, at dusk, 1 son born. And 1 twin born, 1 form, 1 mother. Knows not of his brother. Mother loves her son. I'm speaking about each son individually here. Transfigures water, so he might drink, become himself, stand before light, and know no shame. That works for me. I feel like the transition a little bit from I think we need this. He knows not his brother. That actually works really well. This is working. So this is what we're saying, team. We're going to check in, and then I'm going to grab a quick snack. At dawn, at dusk, so we're saying on opposite poles, 1 twin born, 1 form, 1 mother. They are each twins. Each has the same form, each has the same mother. could say same or I could say one, but I think one implies same, and I think it's probably better. But same does make it clearer that they're identical, which is something I am trying to draw attention to. Mother loves her son. Keep in mind we're using the present tense like loves instead of loved because this is a myth. And if you remember from the Making Myth series that we're doing, a myth, a story is something that happened, and a myth is something that has, is, and will be happening. So using the present tense to say that it's currently happening is very important. Transfigures water to milk so he might drink, become himself. All right, I'm gonna grab a quick bite. I will be right back. We've got more writing to do. Actually, I can just eat on stream and just take a quick little break here. Give me a second. All right, does anybody have any questions in the chat team? I haven't seen much cooking over there. People coming in and kind of leaving pretty fast. I guess it's kind of boring. I think it'll be more interesting to watch back later, maybe on 2x speed, but this is what it really looks like to be riding. And I hope by the end of today I've got something cool to show you that if you keep pushing, it can get good. I'm in Athens right now. And this is just from a bakery around the street. I don't know exactly everything that's in it, but I love everything there, and I just keep trying everything. I've only been here 2 weeks, so I haven't tried everything yet, and this is a new one. Very solid. It looks kind of like a flagel. But it's softer. Take one more bite. It's an intense writing session. I always knew the story was going to be tough. Morning milk. Is sweet. Is briny. What's something that's salty? Like I'm trying to go. So morning milk is sweet. I could go like honey sweet, right? And then we can go like land of milk and honey. You know, we love biblical and mythological references like that. But then I would need something that's salty. And right now the only thing we have is tears that are salty, and I guess the ocean is. But what else is kind of salty, team? I think we do want the honey sweet. I think land of milk and honey is just too good of a reference there that we do want to use it. We'll continue. So we're saying here we wrote it like ugly, but how did we write it ugly? We wrote it was honey sweet and thick. He is nourished and full. He is famished and empty. Okay, so he drinks. He drinks, is nourished, Well, we'll probably have a word choice on nourish, but let's just get to this. I actually kind of like nourished and famished as opposites, truthfully. That's kind of working for me. So I'm going to keep. I'm going to keep that. All right, I'll show you guys how we're gonna ask AI. We're just gonna ask it about this, right? We'll see how it does. I think it's very ethical to use AI for synonyms and things like this. I don't feel badly about it at all, and I'm gonna actually make a video. So we already did it for transmutes versus transfigures. I didn't really know what transfigures meant versus transforms. I knew that they were similar, and I didn't know which one to use, so I asked AI. Now I'm gonna ask it, so I'm giving it what I have, and I'm giving it what I have. I want an opposite of honey sweet. I was gonna say, I want to say briny blank, but I don't want to use sour. I want an opposite of sweet. But I don't want to use sour. It sounds too modern. It sounds like a fucking candy. This is not candy. This is cosmogonic myth. But I don't want to use sour. It sounds too much like candy. Like candy and modern. What options do I have? So this is how I use AI. I use it primarily just for synonyms and just like to back and forth. One day, hopefully, you guys will be in the chat, more of you, more active, and we can work on those synonyms together. But for now, okay, so the classic opposite of sweet, bitter. Obvious. All right. Acrid, okay, that could be good. Astringent, I don't know what that means. I've never heard this fucking word in my entire life, and I read a shit ton. Rank, ooh, that's kind of nice. Foul, offensive, it's kind of cool. Thin, not strictly a taste word, but I like briny bitter because we have the alliteration with B, fam. So let's try that. And just let me do a little transparency here. Let me show you this project. I already did it a little bit earlier, but so the way that I use Claude is I create a project here, and I added 2 project files. This one is just the project overview. It includes my log line, the introduction I wrote, and like a little overview about how I use capitalization and things. And then these are the outlines of the 7 myths that I wrote, just high level, so that when I answer the question, it has like basic context. Like if these outlines are even slightly out of date, like it doesn't really matter because I'm not asking it to write it for me. I'm just asking it for help with those things. But I think that this time it did really help me. I think is briny bitter. Bitter is good because it's like you're angry almost, right? So sour is not working because it sounds like fucking candy. Use briny. Bitter is famished empty. It's fucking clean. I like his nourished full, is famished empty. I think nourished and famished is such a nice interplay there, actually. So essentially, this next thing that happens is that the one brother who's in the morning, he has extra nutrients, so he grows 4 eyes so that he can go seek the light. And the other one is so hungry he splits himself into numerous tongues so that he can eat more. But of course, he's eating shit, so it's not going to really help him. So let's look back at our shittier version here. It's too far. Do we just go right into it? Grows 4 eyes. Severs. I'm using Severs instead of grows because he doesn't have the extra nutrients from the sweet milk. And this is the first time that they actually become different, right? So if we come up here, we said that they have one form and that they're twins and they have one mother, so they were the same. But now their circumstances have caused them to be different. I think you guys can see where I'm going. We'll see. We'll see. This is the most serious writing session I've ever had on stream, guys. And I've only done it, this is my third time, but this is by far the most serious writing session we've had on stream. The other ones I kind of knew where I was going a little bit better. This one I know where I'm going, but it's just the language is tough. And having the two parallel poems, like I've never done anything like this before, where it's like kind of two poems like side by side. I think it's kind of cool though. And just because I haven't done it before doesn't mean I can't do it. It's just new. So what's opposite terror? So he's afraid. All right. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. We're gonna keep writing. I'll be right back. There's nobody in the chat, so I'm not too worried about. Oh, Sandra, Savory. Good morning from Costa Rica. Having coffee, watching you. Hi, Sandra. So it's been so empty in here that I didn't even see you in the chat. I was so used to not even looking at it. Buenos dias to you in Costa Rica, mi amor. I'm so happy to see you having some coffee with me as we've been wrestling through this writing today. It's been intense. We've been live for a couple hours now, and we have been wrestling through it. At the beginning, we wrote it just raw, like ugly, just to kind of get through it. And now we're cleaning it up, and it's starting to come together. And I think if you just watch at the very beginning, you would, you would see me kind of really wrestling to kind of even get started. But by the end of this, I'm hoping, because we still got a couple hours, I'm still writing. I'm going to be writing today all day, so I'm just doing it on stream now. I think by the end, I'll have something pretty nice. And obviously, it's good to sleep on it and come back, but it will be pretty nice. And people can see that if you keep persisting and you keep trying and you have a clear mission, you can finish these projects. Since we have some people in the chat, I actually am not going to take this break. I'm going to keep with it, but I do need like 1 minute to go to the bathroom. So I'm not going to take a full break, but I do need 45 seconds to a minute here too. BRB. All right. Sandra, it's me and you in here, team. But we got this. Let's keep going. Let me update you on exactly what we're doing. And I'll catch everybody up. We'll do a quick check-in. We have 7 myths that we're writing. Once is the first of these myths, and it talks about the origin of the universe out of nothing. Mother is the second of these myths. It talks about Earth being a feminine entity and then creating life. The first life that she creates is brother. They're 2 brothers, and they are going to clash. And this is going to be kind of the origin of good and evil. And what we did at the start of the session was kind of write it ugly, and now we're cleaning it up pretty. And that's where we're at. Okay. It's been quiet over there in the chat, fam. Sandra's a dear friend of mine from Costa Rica. I spend every winter in Costa Rica in this town called Osara. I really love it. And Sandra's one of my dearest friends from there. Really smart, beautiful lady. Big fan of hers. And grateful for the homies who come through the chat. I think right now I'm in Athens, so my time zone is not ideal for a lot of people to watch me live. It's a little too early. I think I may change that schedule, but I'm 6 hours ahead. I'm figuring it all out. I'm making this up as I go along, doing the absolute best I can. But the truth is that the core of this, what really matters is the writing. And as long as I'm here writing every day, hey, Santa, love it. As long as I'm here writing every day, that's what matters. And as long as these sessions are productive, and I really do feel that it may seem slow on your guys' end of how much progress I'm making, but realistically, this is the exact pace that I have when I'm writing alone. I don't feel like I've gone any slower with the writing at all today, and I think I'm making good progress. So let's keep going. So let's walk just from the start of this project. It's short. So at dawn and at dusk, we have two brothers, and they're born on opposite poles, right? So there's two places on a sphere where light turns to dark, or night turns to day, and at each of those poles, one of these brothers is born. One twin is born. One twin is born. I'm saying they each have one form and one mother, so they're the same. They're identical at this point, but obviously that's going to change. He knows not of his brother, so we're building a little bit of tension here. We're saying, oh, he doesn't know his brother. The implication is then that they're going to clash, they're going to meet, which is true. We're saying mother loves her son, so the double loves here is doing a lot of work for us, saying how much she loves him. Her son, I think this is, when you have a really short sentence like that, it should be more powerful than just her son. So I think I may add a word there, but besides the point. Transfigures water to milk. So he might drink. So she's water, she's earth, right? So, but she's trying to make something nourishing for them to drink. And so, as she was a daughter, she becomes a mother. Same way that, when women mature and they become mothers, they start to produce milk in their breasts. So this is a similar thing. They drink water and out comes milk. This is standard female biology. So he might drink and become himself. So she's like every mother. She wants her children to become who they are. So they might stand before light and know no shame. So if we come back to the earlier story, when mother is before light, she can really, she sees light's perfection and feels imperfect. She feels ashamed. And what she wants for her children, for her sons, is that when they stand before light, they won't know shame that she knows. So obviously, like a lot of parents want better for their children than they have for themselves, and this is no different. So now, on the day sun side, the experience of drinking is the morning milk is honey sweet, but on the evening side, it's briny and bitter. And he drinks. So we're slurping this up, and this brother gets nourished and full, and this brother gets famished and empty, so he doesn't get full. And as a result, he grows 4 eyes to seek light's splendor. He wants to go closer towards the light, and he is trying to flee dark's terror. And now that he's grown 4 eyes and he's grown 4 tongues, they're actually different. So before they were one form, and now they are 2 forms. And what I'm trying to show is that it was actually their circumstances that caused this change in form and in that changed this evolution of form. And so let's keep cooking. So what's clear here is if I'm going towards light and I'm running away from dark, I'm actually going to the same place, right? And that's where they're going to clash. Do we go right there? What do I do down here? Yeah, they clash here. So we say 4 eyes, clash, 4 tongues. We'll see how this works, but 4 tongues, clash, Four eyes. Let's just call their names, right? So ultimately this guy's name is going to be Four Eye, like this. Four Eye clashes. Remember, we're using the present tense because myths are stories that have, are, and will be happening. They're not past tense, stories that did happen. Four tongue. Brother grapples brother. And it's a very powerful sentence. Brother grapples brother. This is what I'm trying to say. Actually, they don't grapple yet. So we have a spire. We're looking for the aspire and aspire. You know, these two words. I came into this wanting to use that. Twist. We could also use the word betwixt. Do you guys know this word? Let me find the definition for it. Explain. Is that what? No, we don't need to overcomplicate. Let me define betwixt. I know what it means, but I want it's an archaic or literary word, so this is not something that most people would use, but this is something that people who are interested in my kind of shit, that ancient shit, would use to call it between two things. So you say betwixt, I think we're going to use it. It's kind of fun, you know, you could say, it's like another example would be like you could say wroth, right? Nobody uses that word, but it means angry, right? And it's just kind of the way that people used to speak, and it takes people in there. So aspire, twist, betwixt them. It really just means between, but it just sounds cooler. And then this is where we get the payoff for the aspire. To top a spire. Aspire to aspired. Brother grapples brother. See that? To top aspire to aspired. It's kind of nice. Brother grapples brother. All right. So they smash. They're both going in the same direction. They smash each other, and then the spire comes in between them to top the spire. Two aspired. Brother grapples brother. Right. So here they're struggling over the top. All right, team. I need a quick breather, but we're not done yet for the day. We're still going. So, hope to see you in a few minutes. Let me just grab a little bite, fill up on water and coffee, and we'll get cooking. everyone to Make Myth, episode 03. Appreciate all your patience while I took a quick break, needed to scarf a little food, re-up on coffee and water, but we'll do a quick recap. We'll just check in on where we've been, as much for me as for you. Just took a little break. Let's see where we're at with the story. So, two brothers are born. One is born at dawn and one is born at dusk on opposite poles. They're twins. Each of them at this point has one form and one mother, so they're twins, they're identical, but neither of them knows their brother, and this builds tension. We're saying obviously if the story's called a brother and he doesn't know him yet, we're anticipating a meeting. Mother loves her son, transfigures water to milk so he might drink, become himself, stand before light and know no shame. We don't have to worry too much about the rhythm but the words are good and the words are correct. Where we're saying she wants her sons to drink of her, to nourish them. And what does she want? Which is just a very basic maternal instinct, which is she wants her children to become themselves. And but in addition to that, she has a unique desire for them, which is to stand before light and know no shame. Because if we look back in the last story, she beheld light's perfection and thus became aware of her, became conscious, to use a very particular word, of her own imperfections. But the issue is that morning milk is honey sweet and evening milk is briny bitter. The milk over on the night side doesn't taste good, and it's not nourishing. So the guy over here, this brother, he gets to drink and drink. He gets to be nourished and full. This guy gets totally screwed over. He is famished and empty, even though he's drinking and drinking. The more he drinks, it's not really helping him. So this guy grows 4 eyes to seek light splendor. I'm not sure that this transition works so well. It seems to rush a little, but for now, I don't want to get stuck on it. I want to get to the end. Grows 4 eyes, severs 4 tongues to seek light splendor, to flee dark's terror. So what we're saying is if one person is going towards the light and one person is fleeing the dark, they're actually going towards the same direction, and they're inevitably going to clash. So before we were just calling them, one son, one brother, but now that they have a different form, so before they were identical, but now their forms have changed, right? They've grown differently to match their environments. This guy's in a positive environment. He wants to soak up as much of it as possible. He's growing 4 eyes so he can see as much of it as possible. This guy is severing 4 tongues so he can taste how to get the fuck out of his current situation and flee dark. So now they have different forms. It's only at this point that they are different, that they have become different. So, and now their names change. So his name is driven by his form. So 4 eye clashes 4 tongue. 4 tongue clashes 4 eye. Aspire twists between them. To top aspire, to aspire, brother grappled brother. So we're saying that 2 people wanted to get to the top of one spire. And they fall for it. And now we keep going. What I want to say, we'll write it ugly first. 4 eye is stronger. Let's just use FE and FT for now. FE is stronger than FT. No, we're on the second draft, so we already did the ugly side, so let's actually write it out. We'll find a better word than stronger. But and you can see that on this side, because 4 eye is this person, we start with 4 eye, and this is just swapped the order, right? Because 4 tongue is the protagonist of this right story, and 4 eye is the protagonist of this left story. And I've never done anything like this before. 2 parallel poems like this, but it seems to make sense for duality and these 2 brothers. So I am trying for 2 very different experiences of twins. Coffee here. It's been a pretty long session so far, but Not compared to a personal session, but I do feel a little more tired, I think, than usual. Considering I'm talking the whole time. And most of the time, the chat only has like 2 or 3 people who are just quiet, so it's a little lonely in here. I've had a couple moments when I think 4 or 5 people have been in there. I just want people to relax. You don't have to say anything. You just chill. Uh, um, so this is what we're saying here, Jim. Let me explain this. I was just writing without speaking out loud. So they're going towards the same place. They clash. They meet for the first time. 4i is stronger than 4 time. We're going to come up with a better word because he got to drink all of the nourishing milk. At the peak, what I'm trying to say is at the top of this mountain, 4i gets to see the brightest, most beautiful light. And at the bottom, where this brother gets thrown, he experiences the darkest darkness, and this is going to inform their next decisions. But let me clean this up a little bit. I'm going to be quiet for one moment here as I stay focused on the language. I think that this is not quite working for me. We could say mightier, right? That's kind of more fantasy-esque. But we actually don't even need to compare them out. We could even just say mighty. But I want to try to tie it directly. The idea is that he's only stronger because he got lucky, and by chance and circumstance, he was born in the morning, where the milk is honey sweet instead of briny bitter. You know, he just got fortunate. So I think using that word actually specifically, it ties where his strength comes from directly to the milk he got to drink. Because I think if not, then we're saying that maybe there was something inherently better or mightier about one brother, but that's not what I'm trying to say. So then we would say, I like the alliteration of famished, frail. I'm not getting that with nourished and mighty. But famished does harken back to is famished empty. So I don't want to say a sense. I want to say I don't want to say a sense. Does he seize the peak? We need to think about it in relation to this one. What happens to 4 time, right? This is what he gets angry because he gets thrown into the depths. But is hurled is like it's passive. It doesn't sound that good. versus seizes, right? So that's a very active word. Is hurled, right? It's passive. Does he surrender? Yields. Forfeits. That could be good. I think we just hit on something. I'll show you. I want to use this word. And I want to use this word. These are the words I want to use. One triumphs and the other forfeits. So he wins. One brother wins. He claims the top of the spire. At that point, he gets to see the brightest light, because the brightest light is going to be at the top of that. You're going to get to behold it. The other brother is hurled down, falls to the darkest depths, and at that point beholds what, right? So he sees I need a second here, Tim. I'm thinking. Let's just say rises for now. Aspires peaks, what's the opposite of that? Something's depth, right? But it doesn't need to be a spire. Let's say it's a brightest peak or something like that. Just got to keep wrestling it, Tim, I promise. Gets better. Rises to the brightest peak. Falls to the darkest, let's say, depth. Let's do this. Let's do a singular there. Beholds, but this is a word we use a lot in the first and second myth. I want it to be like epic glory. You know, it's not just going to be one word. We're going to have probably another word there to make it seem really glorious. When you're at the peak, it's as glorious as it can get. It's not working. Plunges into the depths, lunges, drops, submerges, descends. This is good. I feel like plunges makes it feel like he's jumping, which I don't like, but it is. But if he's plunged, that could work. Lunges, again, is too active. He's losing. Descends, we need to use him. These are close. I think plunges is the best one, actually. I think it's the only one because submerges, it needs to be that he's not active in the sense that, thank you so much, Sandra, for helping me with these synonyms. I love it. This is exactly why I'm here and doing this, is to have these kinds of conversations. So let's talk about the different words that you said. So we'll go through them one by one. We have plunges into the depths. So plunges is really good. I think that plunges, if it's active plunges, that means that he's actively doing it and he plunges himself. But if he is plunged, that means that he didn't really choose it, and that's kind of what we want to get to. Lunges is like, you know, kind of moving forward, and that is a very active thing, so that's not going to be it. Drops is passive, so I think is so, whereas it's just too passive, like he didn't drop or fall, he's being hurled away. And then what's your last one? Descends. Descends is again an active choice. He's saying I am choosing to descend. So I think plunged is good. I think it's really good. Because you also have the ED and then you have darkest depths. You have a lot of D's here. It's really nice. Plunged. That's it. Sandra, nice job on that. This is exactly so fun for me and very exciting to wrestle with different words and word choice. It's kind of my life, but to hear other people's opinions and then actually have it be good, like off the first bat, I love that. So if he is plunged, then he is like climbing over him, you know. He's let's say seizes. Look how much more is thrown into, is cast into, is forced down. I think plunge is it, Sandra. And we are trying to stay away from is blanked. It's a more passive way of saying things. And I think that seizes is a nice one because it shows an active, like it's not like it's just it's not like he just goes there. He has to take it, you know, and that shows like the grappling. It shows the struggling. Well, let me read your is dragged. Dragged is pretty good, but I think it is more like sudden in the sense of like they're fighting and then he gets tossed down versus like him dragging him, following him down, right? So if you think about dragging, that means that I would have to follow Tongue there to drag him there, which I don't think is what's happening. Let's see. I think my issue seizes Trump's. Although I do think I need to make it present tense, right? We're still wrestling here with plunges. This is the best one we have so far. It still feels a little active, whereas plunged means he is it, but I'm afraid that I think plunged, if you say is plunged, but then let's try it. And then we got to move on. All right. I have no idea how long we've been writing for, but it feels like a while. I want to get to the end though. Okay. Sees the brightest peak is plunged. I think just plunged. It's clean. Nice job on that, Sandra. There's implied. I don't need it. Need a possessive here. All right, now let's try to make this epic. Behold Stark's terror. I think let's just keep it simple. I think terror is enough. Okay. So this is what I'm trying to say at this point. From the brightest light. This is not what I'm saying. I think I want to say from he's at the top and he's at the bottom, right? So we're trying to think physically here. One is at the top, one's at the bottom. One looks up at his brother and feels envy, and one looks down at his brother and feels compassion. So this is where good and evil start to come from, right? This is not the clean words, but I think you guys can see what I'm trying to say. So this is what happens. The brothers clash, right? Four Eyes, nourished and mighty. He by chance and circumstance, by sheer luck where he was born, he gets nourished by the milk that he gets to drink, whereas Four Tongue is famished and frail based on the milk that he drinks. So he triumphs over his twin and he forfeits onto his twin. And so he gets from the brightest peak to see his brothers, the unfairness of it all, right? So and in this case, he's going to feel compassion. And in this case, he's looking at the unfairness of it and he's saying he's envious. All right, I want to push to the end and then we can review it again. So this is the origin of good and evil team. So there was unfair circumstances where one person was treated overly nicely and one person was treated unfairly just due to the randomness nature of the universe. And when the one who was overly fortunate looks down at those who are less fortunate, and feels compassion, that is what I'm claiming is goodness. And when the person who is unfortunate looks upon the person who is much more fortunate and feels envy and loathing, I'm saying that is evil. So his self to redeem his brother. We're about to use the word descended, Sandra, which is why we couldn't use it earlier. I knew this was coming because I outlined it, but you couldn't have known that this was coming. Doesn't have to be perfect yet, team. We're just trying to get to the end here. So it's been unfair, right? This is what we're saying, team. The two brothers are born on opposite poles. One of them is extremely fortunate to be born in the day, at dawn where it's about to turn day. The milk you get to drink in the daytime is honey sweet, and he gets nourished, he gets stronger. Whereas in the night side, the guy who's born at dusk gets totally screwed. This guy can only drink salty stuff, and he is weaker than his brother. And so when they clash, the one who is stronger gets to win, just due to the chance and circumstance of the milk that he got to drink. And when Four Eye, when the dawn sun is at the top of the mountain, he's at the brightest peak, he looks down at his brother and he feels compassion. Compassion aches him. And I believe that's what goodness is. Or that's the argument I'm making in these myths. When from the bottom, from the darkest depths, Four Tongue, the dust son who got completely screwed, he looks up at his brother's fortune and he feels envy, loathing, so pissed. And what I'm saying now is that Four Eye is going to make a noble sacrifice to redeem his brother from shadow. So he descends and this guy is really tragic. He's going to try to commit suicide. To escape his brother. And that's really sad, you know? So I'm going to say shadow blinds him. He's fine. I got to find a cooler way to say this. He nearly dies before Mother saves him. We need to get this cleaner. All right, we gotta start cleaning this up. It's getting ugly, but it is exactly what we're trying to say, but we can't move forward without doing a little bit of editing here. Okay. Let's start here. Four Eye is nourished and mighty, so he triumphs over his twin. And from the brightest peak, let's say looks down from the brightest peak. Which means that he looks up, which is very nice. unfair fate. Like, that's ugly as fuck, right? So we gotta clean this up. We'll get it there. If this is brightest, this has to be darkest. They have to mirror. It's not unfair fate, it's his brother's misfortune. And then this is his brother's fortune. That's way better. Compassion aches him is nice. Envy poisons him, I'm not sure. It's a good opportunity for AI. So this is the AI project we're using, and we just use it for like synonyms and things like that. I love AI. I'm not against it at all. I taught it the way to capitalize and things about my project, just kind of the basics of it, and then I have the rough outlines for each of the 7 myths here, so it kind of knows what we're talking about, but not really. Okay. I'm at the part where compassion aches the fortunate brother and envy poisons the unfortunate brother. Is poison the best word? Best word for that? Is there a better mirror for aches? We at least have to review the word that AI says. It's not a bad thing to say, hey, what word options do we have? And then we pick as the human. So you can see all that I have been writing this from my head the entire day. So, I'm not asking AI to write it for me. It says poison eggs don't mirror well. One is a noun acting as a verb with extra nause. Fucking good AI. That's pretty fucking good. Festers is also pretty fucking good. Hollows is terrible. Rankles is terrible. I think gnaws. Festers and gnaws are both good. I think gnaws is the best. And this is why AI can be dope when you're writing, right? It just helped. I may have gotten there ultimately. I could have gone on thesaurus.com, right? And every writer uses the thesaurus, okay? And I got that gnaws really quickly. I think I'm going to use it for now, and now we're pushing forward. We don't have to be stuck here. So envy. Do we need within? I think it's a little implied. Let's try to keep it here. So because of his compassion, because of his envy, we're taking this next step. Going right into sacrifice might be tough. I think for our descends unto shadow. sacrifices himself to redeem his brother. And what we can say here is for tongue so this darkness that he's descending into is like actually space. He's trying to commit suicide for tongue. It's quite tragic. He is so full of envy. He is so unfortunate. He got screwed so hard that he just wants to commit suicide and die. He doesn't want to live in the pain of, the only thing he gets to drink is shitty, briny milk. He looks up at his brother, they clash, and he gets fucking hurled down into the darkness. And so what he tries to do, I think he relinquishes himself. He doesn't descend. He gives up. If you relinquish hope, he's like, fuck it. I'm trying to die. I don't want to be here anymore. Sacrifices himself. I don't know. I mean, I love that idea of sacrifice. It's such an important motif here, but it seems a little bit like a force. Like, I don't know if he knows that he's going to die if he goes in there into the shadow. It kind of trivializes. It kind of makes it weird. So I'm not sure sacrifice is the right word here. Let's keep wrestling. We're going to say his self, because if we come up here, we have become his self, right? So we're mirroring. Maybe he relinquishes and the other guy sacrifices. That seems pretty good. And to shadow to redeem his brother. So I don't think he descends, but only darkness, right? And only darkness is like the OG singularity. You could also say singularity, but let's not get stuck. So he wants to redeem his brother, and what does this guy want to do? Does he want to escape his brother? Does he want to... Unless he sacrifices himself. I guess he sacrifices light. Sometimes I hold my breath for so long when I'm writing. That one wasn't so long, but sometimes I even get lightheaded. That works. They're both descending. They're both going deeper than they were. Oh, forsake. Forsake could be good. Wait. Forsake, 4 eyes, 4 tongues. Let's see. Let me find the define forsake. I think it's like to leave behind. That could be really good, Sandra. Abandon or leave behind. Ooh, it's so good, Sandra. Oh, yeah. I'm wondering where it goes. It's definitely going to go in. It's definitely going to go in. It's just too good with what you're going to see later is that I have, there's going to be 2 prophecies by the end, and I'm going to hopefully get that today before I foretells, right? So if we can get forsake in also, you can see how we're already playing with the words. That's such a good one. All right, so let's say... It's got to be here. It's so good. It's actually so good. Forsakes. Is that a word? Is it going to fuck me on the... Okay, that's a word, yeah. I got nervous for a sec. I've never used it. Forsakes. I've never used it in the present progressive like that. Forsakes himself. Descends unto shadow. Descends unto only darkness. So, essentially, like... I don't think it's going on tonight. Right, so he's staying on Earth and he's going into the dark side of Earth, whereas the Four-Tongue is like he's trying to get the fuck out of here. He's trying to go back into space, which is like the always foregoes. Let's see the exact definition of foregoes. And feel free to check out on AI or anything else on there what other 4 words we can use, because this is definitely working. Choose to go without or give up. Foregoes. It's so good. He doesn't sacrifice himself. He foregoes himself. Yes! This is why we're here. This is why we're doing this on stream. Not only is it cool that it's community based, but it's really helpful. This is 100% the right word. He foregoes himself. He chooses to go without himself. Very nice. Foregoes himself, descends unto night to redeem his brother, to escape his brother. Sandra, you're a fucking beast. In the best way possible. Slightly different, but still be useful. No, I think foregoes is good. No, foregoes is actually really good right there. I think he's not sacrificing. He doesn't know when he goes into the night that he's sacrificing himself. That's what makes it like unclear. Like if he knew that he was going to die when he went, I'm not necessarily sure he would go. So he forgoes his own glory and self. I think it's perfect, and it gives us more of those four words, which I'm really trying to use to redeem his brother. So now I'm trying to show that they're like, it's, once they do this, like they're fucked. They're in the shitty side. It's like a little poetic way of saying this. I had written this before in the outline when I was trying to come up with like what it feels like to be dying in this way. I think they should be slightly different because the space is different than night, right? So like we have two different darknesses here, and I do want to distinguish them, but I don't want to get stuck on it right now. I think if we're showing like darkest darkness, we see an escalation of the darkness, and that's what I'm trying to demonstrate, is that they're about to die. I'm going to take a quick break here. Adam Eli, welcome back. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining. We've been having an absolutely great time. And Sandra, one of my dear friends from Costa Rica, has been absolutely huge in coming up with different synonyms. And as you know, every writer writes with a thesaurus. You're a terrific writer, Adam Eli. And having other people help and chime in has just been exceptional. You joined at kind of the wrong time. I need to take a quick break because I really need to pee. But we're not done writing yet. We've been writing, I don't know, 2-3 hours, something like that. But we still have we still have to get to the end and finish. You know, writing days don't stop when you get everything that you need to accomplish done. Although we have 4 people watching now. The frame is so beautiful. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hold like this. The frame is so beautiful. Yeah, thank you. Today's the first day it launched. So I have this brilliant artist who I've been working with. I posted an application and he applied from Brazil. He's 22 years old. His name is Luis, and he just did an absolutely excellent job. And today's the first day that we launched it. So every single time that you guys come in here, there should be improvements. There should be new things to see. And this is today's one, is that we have a much more beautiful, immersive background and frame. When you hop into my stream, it should feel different from anywhere else on Twitch, on YouTube, for gaming creators. Like, this is not some neon lights. This is, thoughtful, elegant, fantastical, timeless. That's what we're going for. Adam Eli, I'm sorry to take a quick break right when you joined. If you come back in 5-6 minutes, I'll be back, but I really do need to run to the bathroom, and I'll see you guys very soon. We're going to finish this on the next 2 hours. everyone. We've been streaming for a long time. This is a pretty normal length writing sesh, pretty normal. But we are going to make a push to get to the end here. I'm going to do a quick recap on where we are for those who just joined or who maybe have forgotten over the break. We're going to make a push towards the end of this myth. But just keep in mind that we actually are going to be working on this again on Tuesday. So this is, I gave myself 2 streams for this particular project. It's incredibly difficult and unique. We are talking about the origin of good and evil. This is a complicated topic, of course. People have been debating it for centuries. In addition, this double poem, I've written a lot of poetry in my day, but I've never done 2 mirrored poems side by side like this. So this is a fresh structure. We were playing around at the beginning with like 1 separating into 2, trying to make it work because you guys are here live with me writing. I prepared with an outline, but I did not write this beforehand, and we are doing it in real time. Some of you have even provided words and synonyms and ideas that have made it into this draft, which is just super fucking cool. It's way beyond what I expected. I haven't really hyped this at all and wasn't even expecting that many people to join. So people coming back, welcome back. Thank you, Adam Ela. I'm so glad you're still here with us. Let's walk through what we're actually working on today as a quick highlight. So today we're working on Brother. Let me zoom out. You can see it's the 3rd of 7 myths. And over the last 2 streams, Make Myth 01 and Make Myth 02, we did the first ones. So once is the story of, how the universe it originates from absolutely nothing. Mother is the story of how Earth is emerges and is the only divine feminine entity. She's one unlike her brothers. She's the only daughter of light itself. So she's special, our lovely planet. And now today we're talking about Brother, right? So she has 2 sons, and so she goes from being a daughter to becoming a mother. And the 2 sons are born on opposite poles. So one is born at dawn, which is when night turns to day, and the other is unfortunately born at dusk, which is when day turns to night. And this is going to inform their entirety of their beings and their forms. And so let's just walk through what we have. It's not a lot of words. So we go at dawn, at dusk, one twin is born. We say one form, one mother. I'm saying that they're exactly identical at this stage, which is really important for the concept of where good and evil come from. It's not in their original natures. They are born, they're born the same. And he knows not of his brother. So neither of them knows of their brother. We're building some tension here. Of course, if it's called brother, and he knows not his brother, and he's born at the opposite part, we're building some tension because obviously they're going to meet each other and they're going to collide. Mother loves her son, so we get 2 loves. She clearly loves them, and so as a result, she transfigures her water to milk, just like mothers do in our world. When they're ready, they drink water, and out comes milk. So he might drink and become himself. Obviously, most mothers, their principal desire for their kids is to be happy, but also for them to become themselves, whatever that is, to be happy, to be in alignment with who they are and reach their full potential. So she wants them to become himself so they might stand before light and know no shame. So in the earlier story of Mother, when she went around the world one year in one orbit, she beheld light's perfection, and became only after beholding light's perfection did she recognize and become conscious of her own imperfections and her own shadow. And then she starts spinning, and that's where a lot of and she starts crying, the salty tears, and that's what creates all this. So what is interesting is that this is where it starts to differ for each of the different brothers. So because the one on the left is in the middle of the daytime, the morning milk, right, so during the day, is honey sweet, and the evening milk is briny bitter. Shit. So he drinks, they both drink, and the one on the left is so fortunate, he's nourished, and he gets full, whereas the one on the right is famished, and he stays empty. So with these extra nutrients that he has, he grows 4 eyes to seek light splendor. He's like, man, this shit is dope. I want more of that. And he grows eyes in order to get to see even more of that. On the other flip side, this guy has to take what he already has because he doesn't have extra nutrients and sever 4 tongues to flee dark's terror. So one is going towards the light and one is going away from the darkness, but in reality, they're going in the same direction, right? And they're going to meet. So Four Eye clashes Four Tongue clashes Four Eye. They meet. The two brothers. Aspire twists between them. It's a little rough here. The rhythm is off, but I'll get through the content and we can focus on that on Tuesday. But they clash, and where they clash, the meeting of two opposing forces is where we get the spire, this mountain in between them. And here we have some nice little poetry. To top aspire, to aspired brother grappled brother, right? So to top aspire, to aspired brother grapples brother. So actually we need present tense. It's to aspire because it's present tense, because when we talk about mythology, we're not talking about a story that happened. We're talking about a story that happened, is happening, and will be happening, right? It's timeless. That's what we're aspiring for here. So brother grapples brother. So here we say Four Eye is nourished, mighty, Four Tongue is famished, frail. Based on the milk that they got, based on the chance and circumstances of their lives, one is stronger than the other. And so the one on the left gets the win, and the one on the right is totally fucked. He has to forfeit. And the one on the left, the Four Eye, the Dawn Son, he looks down from the brightest peak, and he looks down at his brother's misfortune, and compassion aches his heart. Compassion aches him. And that is what I'm arguing is goodness. The origin of goodness is someone who is fortunate looking upon the misfortune and wanting to help them with compassion. Now, on the flip side, the other brother is looking up from the darkest depth after he was thrown down. And he looks up at his brother who's been so fortunate, and envy gnaws at him. He has been screwed from the very beginning. It was never fair. And he looks up at his brother who got everything, and he's overcome with envy and loathing. And then here is where we got some terrific help from one of our amazing viewers, Sandra, where Four Eye forgoes himself. He doesn't care as much about himself. He goes into the night to try to save his brother. And on the flip side, Four Tongue forsakes himself. He's trying to commit suicide. He's saying, fuck this. Everything about this has been misfortunate. I've been unlucky, and it's painful. I have to drink this shitty, briny milk, and I have to watch my brother, have everything good. So he tries to, whereas Four Eyes tries to descend into the night, like on Earth, this guy tries to go into space. Like he tries to kill himself and go into the space. I gotta go, but this was so lovely, and hear you, especially for Brothers Myth. Of course, Adam Mila, thank you so much for swinging by. Appreciate you too. And I'll be here on Tuesday next. So please feel free to swing by then. And until then, Godspeed and good fortune. So to redeem his brother, to escape his brother. So Four Tongue forsakes himself. He tries to commit suicide. He tries to go into the only darkness, the singularity. And one is trying to redeem his brother, and one is trying to escape his brother. And what we're saying here is darkest darkness is it's getting darker. He's dying, they're both dying. And I think we are going to make this one a little bit different in the future. But for now, let's get to the end of the story. It's time to finish. We are going to be working on this one more day, team. We are going to be working on this on Tuesday as well. Before I ever goes to South. At last. Mother saves her son. The last possible second. Mother saves her son. Wraps and wraps her womb around him. So he's on Earth. He's descending into the shadow. Plot twist, Sandra head. Yeah, exactly. So at last, Mother saves her son. wraps her womb around him. So now at last, mother saves her son. It's not a wrap. So what I'm trying to get to here, Sandra, my incredible co-writer here, is so he's on Earth. She wraps him like this creates the fiery core. So she wraps him in the womb, and that's like the fiery heart of Earth. That's what we're getting to here. But on the right side, he's already in space, and then she wraps around him. She's creating the moon, so it's like a shell. And so we're saying actually in this universe that the moon has a serpent inside of it. That's the source of evil. So even though in a lot of religions, the moon is considered very positive, in this place it actually hosts. It's actually an egg containing the source of evil. So kind of interesting. So she's not going to wrap. This is a good one for you, Santa. We're talking about putting him in the shell, right? So it's like cased a shell around him. This is what we're trying to say. So they're two different experiences. Mother saves both of her sons, right? She doesn't want her kids to die. She won't let them. And it's only at the last second that she saves them. She's trying to save him, but he doesn't want to be saved. He's like committing suicide. You feel me? So it's like on the left side, he's like about to die, and then he gets like welcomed into this warm womb. And on the other side, he's like feeling like he's finally about to escape all of his pain of existence, and she kind of traps him. I think we can use. I'm gonna use wraps, but I'm gonna say that this is not the right word. And then Sandra, if you come up with anything, just let me know. I want to push to the end so you guys can see where we're going. And then we're gonna work on this again on Tuesday. Just a lot of polish. Today we started with absolutely nothing, an empty page. On Tuesday we'll have in case, yeah. Like shielding, plot twist, like shielding, like encasing. Encasing is like what we're saying. It's like encase, but encase just feels like not mythic of a word. You know what I'm saying? Let's try synonyms for encase. Let's see if Notion AI has decent synonyms. I want to make sure that it's not actually. It's fun to wrestle with different words, right? Envelop. Ooh, that could be good. Envelop could be really good. Let's see. Cover, surround, enclose. Let's try envelop. I like it for now. It has 3 syllables versus the just 1 syllable here, so it's a little bit not mirrored, but we can find a way to make it work. What did the AI say? Enclose, cover. Sheath could be good. Envelop is good, but it does have too many syllables compared to wraps. And I think wraps is pretty clean. Enfolds, cradle. Cradle I like. Cradle I like. It's not so active, but it feels like she essentially is doing this. Encases him in a crystal cradle, right? So this is what we're trying to say, right? It's okay that it takes a second too. Let's try this. All right, so if we're looking for the mirror, allows mother saves her son. We could probably find a better word for that on Tuesday, but shorter equals, wraps, holds maybe. Holds, good, but I actually like this idea of a cradle. Like the moon kind of looks like a cradle, you know, so I feel like, and it has a mirror with womb, right? So like, because they both have like a mother acting with her child and like taking care of it almost. So that's why I'm kind of trying to push for the cradle push that you came up with, because it's kind of nice. Her cradle, so it wraps around. That means we need verb and then a descriptor like around. Her cradle. I don't like around and around. I'd rather have a different word, but this is kind of where we're going. Folds her shell, cups her shell, cups her shell, cups no. Folds, no, because it's a sphere, you know, it doesn't have a lot of layers like that. Her cradle. Could we use shell as like a verb, like shells about it? But her cradle closes about him. I think. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Let's keep pushing through, Sandra. We'll come back to this on Tuesday. This is where we start pushing towards the end, and then we come back with fresh eyes, fresh sleep. I don't know how long we've been writing for now, but we've definitely been writing a little while. And it's good to come back with fresh eyes. I've given each of these myths 2 days on stream to write, and I can even do a little writing off stream, we'll see, but I'll keep you all posted. So let's finish up here, team. I'll tell you where we're going, and then we'll clean it up. So from inside the fiery core, this is just normal words, okay? From inside the fiery core, 4I foresees, he will redeem his brother, his mother, and light itself. Let's say like brightest lights, right? Something really happy. And then from inside the icy moon, four-tongue foretells, right? This is why your forgoes and forsake was so good, is because we're already using these concepts. He will swallow his brother, his mother, and lighted spell. Right. I guess we could just end there. Oftentimes you just want to remove the last sentence. Let's clean this up a tiny bit, even though it's not the right words, just so we can look at it and remind ourselves that we are trying to write this clean. At last, mother says her son, her womb wraps around him, her cradle closes about him. From inside the fiery core, I think we like ignite, right? We're inside the middle of the earth. She is ultimately, this is going to be like a fiery burning core, so it needs to ignite at some point. We haven't done that yet, so we got to ignite him. We'll get there. Shit. I'm a tiny bit stuck. What I'm trying to wrestle with is I'm trying to tie the igniting to the foreseeing. You know what I'm saying? Does gratitude ignite him? So Four-Eye ignites, right? Because he becomes the fiery core, right? And he freezes. And Four-Tongue freezes. Turns icy, right? He hardens his heart like Pharaoh, you know? I gotta get a little bit better than this team. It doesn't have to be finished, but we can't leave it like this. It's too ugly. We're gonna be picking up on Tuesday and live, and we just can't. Future us is gonna have to solve this problem. And I know we're a little tired. We've been writing for a couple hours, but I gotta tie the igniting and the foreseeing, and I gotta tie the freezing and the foretelling. Gotta be together. an Ember Air with an R. I like Ember Air, but I'm not sure about let's ask AI. We're getting a little tired. See if it has any ideas. I'm not ashamed of that. I have to go, but this was amazing. See, I love you, Sandra. I love you so much. You're the absolute best. Thank you so much for joining for as long as you did and for being so helpful. I can't wait for you to see those words like forsake and forgoes in the final draft because they're really clean. Really clean. I really like it. So I'm excited, and I'll talk to you soon. I think there's a way to consolidate some of these, team. Like, theoretically, we could go at last, mother saves her son, at last, mother... let's not get rid of that, but... Right, instead of saves her son, which is, like, pretty obvious, we could say mother. All right, let's ask AI. Let's see how this goes. This is going to be a tough ask for AI, but let me clean it up for AI. We're losing steam here, and I want to finish in a good spot, and I'm curious to see what AI says. And it's all public and clear, and I use AI all the time, too. Not to write, as you can see, we wrestle with these words on our own, but we use the tools that we have, and I look at AI as kind of like the totem of human knowledge and access. But obviously this kind of writing like has to be from a person. You know, AI can't do shit for this, but for specific lines, if you can give a nice prompt, let's come up with a good prompt. Curious to see how this goes with the AI prompt. Okay. Hello, Claude. I am wrapping up this draft of the brother myth. I'm struggling at the end. I'm trying to say, I'm writing the right prompt is an art form also, guys. And I may be over-explaining. Once you're explaining, you're losing in broadcasting. But I really want people to like AI. It can't replace authors. But it can help us. And every writer uses whatever tools they have at their disposal at the time. I'm wrapping up with the brother myth. I'm struggling at the end. I'm trying to say... And even if it's bad, like we could just not use it, you know. I'm trying to say that 4i is descending into night to night slash shadow to save his brother. Shit gets darker and darker. He's blind down there. He's about to die. He's about to die. Then Mother saves him. She saves him by wrapping her womb around him. Then he ignites inside her. Inside her, the Earth's fiery core. He ignites. Oh, I think I got it without AI. But let's see. A room around him. It can't hurt to just finish the prompt. Finish what you started. Professionals finish. And I say that as like a mantra to encourage myself as well. Chevy. He is grateful because he wants to live. Foretongue left night for only darkness in space. Singularity. Wants to commit suicide. But Mother saves both of them. She loves them both. She encases him in the moon. He is resentful. Because he wants to die. The gratitude ignites in him. This is the new flow that I just came up with while we were typing this out. The gratitude ignites in him, forming the fiery core of Earth. The resentment chills or something to demonstrate that the word choice is not final there. The resentment chills or something. In the moon, the ignition causes for I to foresee the positive prophecy. The chilling causes foretongue to foretell the negative prophecy. And before I actually hit send, I'll hit send and then we'll see what the answers are. I'll explain to you why we're doing this. First off, I'm tired. I've been writing a long time today. And second off, we're just typing out that prompt really helped me wrap through the flow. Just even typing it out, I honestly don't even necessarily need what he said. I figured it out kind of by typing that out, exactly what I needed to do. But let's see what it says. The bones are all there. Yeah, I don't have the grateful, resentful. Calcifies, congeals. Yeah, this isn't helpful, but typing it out was helpful. So, take it as you will. But AI did help us one time. This thing, we've tried to use it. That was the fourth time for very specific things. Naws, this synonym to compete with aches was another one with AI that worked really well. Okay, let's stay focused. For I foresees. Surround around him. We're just going to push through here, team. I'll show you where we're going to leave it. That's no longer relevant. This is what we're trying to say. 4 eyes, gratitude. All right. I'll show you what I did. So they're about to die. Darkest darkness, darkest, all right? And at last, the last second, Mother wraps her womb around him. She cradles her shell around him, right? So this is going to be in the fiery core. This is going to be the moon. 4 eyes, gratitude to still be alive, ignites and burns within her. 4 tongues, resentment to still be alive because he tried to commit suicide, calcifies the seas about her, right? The moon orbits around her. And that's going to result in the prophecy where 4 eye foresees he will redeem his brother, his mother, and light itself. And 4 tongue foretells he will swallow his brother, his mother, and light itself. So we now have these 2 competing prophecies that will continue through the next, through the rest of the myths. Let's go back and read what we did today. And this is, we're going to pick up here on Tuesday. I may tinker a little bit on the side. I will take a video of what I'm writing. When I'm writing, I'll just screen record so you can see exactly what changes I'm making live. I'm keeping track of just everything I'm doing on this project. It's kind of interesting. To see it kind of emerge and doing this on video. I don't know. It's exciting for me at least. I want to see a time lapse of the project coming together. We're going to read from the beginning. Keep in mind, this is very rough. We're going to work again on Tuesday on polishing it, getting the rhythm down. So we have at dawn, at dusk, 1 twin born, 1 twin born, 1 form, 1 mother, 1 form, 1 mother. He knows not of his brother. He knows not his brother. Is it of his? I think it's just this. This is going to be a capital H. These are divine, masculine, and feminine entities. Mother loves her son. Transfigures water to milk. These are all good. Let's just read one side. I've never done a poem like this where you have the 2 mirrored poems kind of going on either side. I don't know how to read them. Maybe if we were 2 people, one person would say one and one person would say the other so you could keep track, but I will read both parts. At dawn, at dusk, 1 twin born, 1 twin born. 1 form, 1 mother, 1 form, 1 mother. He knows not his brother. He knows not his brother. Mother loves. Mother loves. Her son. Transfigures water to milk. I think that's not working. Maybe we do each paragraph. Let's try that. We need to learn how to read these things. The dual thing, we invented it today, so it's new. So let's say at dawn, one twin born. Oh, this is much better. At dawn, one twin born, one form, one mother. He knows not his brother. At dusk, one twin born, one form, one mother. He knows not his brother. Mother loves her son. Transfigures water to milk so he might drink. Become his self. Stand before light and know no shame. Mother loves her son. Transfigures water to milk so he might drink. Become his self. Stand before light and know no shame. Morning milk is honey sweet. Evening milk is briny bitter. He drinks. Oh, no, we read the whole paragraph. Morning milk is honey sweet. He drinks, is nourished, full. Grows 4 eyes to seek light's splendor. Evening milk is briny bitter. He drinks, is famished empty. Severs 4 tongues to flee dark's terror. It's kind of good, man. It's getting kind of good. 4 eye clashes 4 tongue. Aspire, twists betwixt them. To top aspire, to aspire. Brother grapples brother. Kind of nice there, team. That's not so bad with the rhythm. 4 tongue clashes 4 eye. Aspire, twists betwixt them. To top aspire, to aspire. Brother grapples brother. Once I get these all to rhyme, guys, it's going to be fucking over. Okay. 4 eye is nourished, mighty. Triumphs over his twin. Looks down from the brightest peak. Beholds his brother's misfortune. Causing compassion to ache him. This needs work on rhythm for sure. But we'll be back on Tuesday for that. 4 tongue is famished, frail, forfeits unto his twin. So forfeit versus triumph. Looks up from the darkest depths versus looks down from the brightest peak. Beholds his brother's fortune. Envy gnaws him. All right, so he's getting pissed. 4 eye foregoes himself. Such a good word. I had a friend in the chat who came up with this word, and I don't think I would have come up with it on myself, and I don't think that AI would have been able to come up with it. So just demonstrating the power of this community writing project already today, which was astonishing to me. Anyway, 4 eye foregoes himself, descends unto night to redeem his brother. Dark, darker, darkest, darkness. 4 tongue forsakes himself, descends unto only darkness to escape his brother. Dark, darker, darkest, darkness. You can see how some of these are already poetic, and it's going to sound nice once we polish it. At last, mother wraps her womb around him. 4 eyes gratitude to still be alive, ignites and burns within her. This is all just normal language. I've burned out. And we tried to even put it in AI. It was dog shit. At last, mother craters her shell around him. 4 tongues resentment to still be alive, calcifies and sees about her. Makes sense. He becomes the moon. This becomes the fiery core inside. 4 eye foresees. We need a comma. 4 tongue foretells. Right here. He will redeem his brother. He will swallow his brother, his mother, and light itself. His mother. He will swallow. Okay. That's the end of the writing day for now, team. We did pretty good. We started empty and we started slow, and now we have a rough draft that we're going to work on Tuesday, and I think make it really pretty. We'll make it really pretty and poetic. We started with 0 lines, and we didn't know what structure we were going to have, so we definitely made some progress. I don't know how many hours it's been since we started. I don't really care. I'm going to get rid of all this other work. This is all dog shit. Down here, this was the first draft we did. What was my comment here? Potential first line, mother loves. Okay, but I'm still deleting you. Just good to remember that. And what note did I put here today? Potential starting line at dawn. I think I do that. Yeah, that ended up being what it was. So one of these comments ended up proving true. Let's just delete this. I think I'm going to publish this live manuscript doc so people can look at it and kind of see the progress I'm making. I don't know if anybody actually would do that, but I think it'd be cool. I'm not scared to share it. I don't think anyone could steal it or or do this project except for me because I've been studying it and researching it, and there's also a lot of proof of ownership considering I'm writing it live. So, not too concerned about that. All right. Before we start gaming here, team, let's just look at this document for a second. Let's zoom out. Here's our manuscript master file. We have once, and I have these yellow lines highlighted for things that I want to change, but this I want to change too much, so it's not ready. We're just trying to push through to the end. Then we're going to have the next story, which is going to be War. Then it's going to be Gate, then Chosen, then Keeper, and just having them all here makes it really clear. Like, we're here for all 7 myths. We're not here for one myth. We're not here for a heroic one day of writing. We're here for an enduring many days of writing. And we'll be back in the writing on Tuesday. I think I may change the time. Currently it's been 7:49 a.m. I think I may change that to 9:49 a.m. EST. Stay tuned for that. I'm going to, thanks all for joining on that, and I'm not quite done streaming. I'm going to play some games, totally shift gears, but first let's take a quick break, then we'll play some Slay the Spire 2. great writing day, a couple hours, not sure how many. Got a lot done. We have one more live writing session on that myth before we move on to the next one. Really looking forward to that on Tuesday. But the whole vibe of this stream is first we work hard on the writing and then we game. We chill for a little bit, low-key unwind. Just started playing Slay the Spire 2. I just got it. I used to be really great at the first game, and I was super passionate and deep into it. These sorts of turn-based card games are my expertise. I used to be a Legend Hearthstone player and play Magic the Gathering a ton. But I've been struggling. I've tried like 3 or 4 runs. I have like probably 3-4 hours played here, and I've been eating shit. I used to get pretty far all the time in this game, but I wonder if it's because I need to unlock new cards or new relics, but I don't really know. Upon pickup, gain 150 gold. The first obtain a random relic, I'll probably go for that one. Or the first treasure you open that's shit. Blood vial, heal 2. Okay, that could add up. I don't really know if it's good or not. We don't really know what's strong just yet because we're still new. What track do we want to go? I think we don't want to shop until we have a little more gold, I think. Although by this point, I think we may want to take a shop and see if we can come up with a strategy that's going to work. So this guy's not attacking us this turn. We're going to try to do as much damage as possible. This is 0 cost. We obviously hit that. Boom, boom, boom. He shrinks me. He does 7. So you don't heal in between combat in this game. That's why you have to be really careful with your health. So I'm going to make sure I'm not taking any damage here. Keeping in mind, we do have this blood vial, so I will heal 2 back every single time. And using your health to only take 2 damage at some point, I may... I'm weakened. I thought I had lethal, but this only does 4 damage. I'm about to eat shit. One off lethal because I'm shrank. We're not that good at this game just yet, team, but I think in a couple of weeks I'll be extremely good at this game because it's exactly my kind of game. Calculating to draw that many cards exhaust. I like this. I like 0 cost cards. You're going to find that I love 0 cost cards. Finisher deals 6 damage for each attack already played this turn. I think this is good because if we can get some shivs cooking, well, we'll be in business. Choose 2 of 8 random common cards to obtain the chosen cheese. Gain 1 max HP. Let's try it. I think max HP is good, but we're still learning what's good and what's not because this game just came out. And we're going to play the shit out of this game over time. Okay. At the end of combat. Okay, that's why I didn't gain 1. So first we want to apply weak, so we see how much damage we're actually going to be taking. We're going to take 9, so we're going to want to get 10 armor here, so we don't take any damage. We're going to pass our turn. All right, what's he up to this turn? So he hits for 6, but he's also going to be armoring up. I think we take 1 defend, and then we try to go for as much damage as possible. That only hit once. I thought I was going to hit twice. We're still learning. We had only played 1 card that game. One attack. Okay, so he has 5 armor. Survivor, discard 1 card. We play the finisher at the end. It's twice. We should be able to have lethal next turn. Yeah. And we gain 1 max HP. I wonder if that's actually going to be good. If this goes long, it could be good. Okay, blur, gain 5 block. Block is not removed at the start of your next turn. I think that's good. Deal 15 damage next turn. Draw 2 cards. It's just a little greedy at this point. I don't think we have enough mana for that. Dagger spray. Deal 4 damage to all enemies twice. I think this is the strongest basic card here. But we need to be playing to win, not just not to lose. So I think that this defensive element is actually going to be quite good, and drawing is always good. I like to have more cards, more options to play, so I usually like to play decks that that have a lot. Okay, let's see. This is huge for us. We need something good. Retain. If your hand is empty, draw 2 cards and gain. Oh, I like that. Can I buy anything else? 35. Okay, add 3 shares. Okay, fuck yeah. This was a nice little shop. We used all of our gold, and that means it's really efficient. Unplayable with her deck after 5 combats. Sure. I think we want to get rid of Strike. I think these are dog shit. So this is going to be this is like an investment. We're saying that. All right, let's talk about an elite. I fucking hate this guy. We definitely play this because it decreases its cost. The problem with the Shiv build against this guy is that he gets more damage the more attacks we use in a turn, so it's kind of gnarly. We may eat shit. Let's see. Damn. Not the best turn for us. We're about to take a lot of damage, team. We are about to take a lot of damage. 25, fuck you. This boss keeps... I lost a run last night on this boss, too. Whenever you play a card, this enemy receives 10% more damage from attacks this turn. Does that mean you take more damage or less damage? I can't really tell. Let's see. Yeah, I think it takes more damage, actually. Okay, so I was misunderstanding what the boss actually does here. I thought that he was getting stronger when I was playing cards, but I think he's actually getting weaker. Let's see. The enemy receives 10% more. Okay, yeah, so I want to play as many cards as possible to increase my damage. I'm going to eat shit this round, but we can get rid of that. Before we play our attacks, we want to play as many cards as possible, but I think we can just play this. It's not going to do anything, but it gives us another card that we played. Did work. Okay. Nice. We eat shit, and then we, I don't know if we can. I think we lose. God damn it. This boss is tough. Yeesh. It's like, even if I go like this, we try to survive. Even though this run looks to be cooked, we fight it out. Alright, we don't take any damage this turn. Can we kill next turn? We need lethal. What's this do? Again, I should have maybe used that earlier on a boss, probably. Is this lethal? Please. Yes, okay, we're still in a team. Seems Regal Pillow. Whenever you rest, heal an additional HP. Okay, that sounds good. I love this. This is also good, though. Okay, these are good options, team. I think Burst is just a little greedy considering how little health we have. We need to take things off the board right away. Alright, so this allows me to go like this. This is dog shit hand. I have only defensive cards and I'm only taking 3 damage. Dog shit. But I can also not remove block at the end. Oh, actually, we have a nice play here. We definitely have a nice play here. Because this, we retain that that armor, actually. So now we take 11, but we already have our armor set up, so we can go full send on the attack mode. We definitely need to play this so that it decreases its cost. It also buffs up this guy. 4, 4, 4. Is that enough? No. We dump everything into this guy. Because we can't kill, we have 12 on this guy. He has 13 health. Do we have lethal? Yeah, we have lethal. Alright. And this card should get removed soon. That'll be good. Noxious Flames. At the start of your turn, apply 2 poison. Now, that seems a little greedy, but it's the best option. Okay. We need to rest. We need a campfire. We're really low health. Do we want to transform or... I want to transform. We need something really good to turn this build around. Just upgrading is not gonna work it. I think we want... What do we get? Deal 8 damage whenever you... Okay, I didn't even get to read it. We'll see. Alright, this is big. What thing do we get? Whenever you enter shop room, heal HP. Okay. Oh, we get to rest. Huge. We were gonna really die there. I thought the run was over. We healed so much there. Okay. Let's go to question mark. It's kind of more exciting than killing these guys, and we get guys anyway. Okay. We take 4. Which do we want? Let's kill the smaller guy first. Did we go more offense or defense? Because the armor does transfer over for next turn. We win offense, obviously. We take 7. Can we kill him lethal on this? 4, 6, no. Not the best turn, not the worst. When deal 5 damage, whenever you play a card this turn, the enemy loses 2 HP. This should work. So I just played a card, you take 2 HP. And again, okay. But I'm going to take 11 from that. I didn't play that perfectly, but I didn't play it that bad either. I was going to take some damage, but I probably could have prevented another 5. There's a shit hand. We're going to take some more damage, it's okay. Every time I play a card, even though that doesn't do anything, it still makes him take 2. Alright, now we should be able to get to the end here. Not just this turn, but we should get within lethal range and take him out next turn. Can we? Yeah. Okay. These strength potions are really good when we have a shivs build like this. 2 damage to all enemies, dodge and roll. I like drawing cards. Poor sleep. What relic did we get? Okay, not bad. Question is, do we go for the elite before the boss? I don't know. We'll have to make that decision when we get there. All right. Question is, do we go for the small guy first or we go for the big guy first? Small guy. Let's get him off the game. This will kill. Because I play, yeah. Okay. And we take no damage. We discard this, okay. All right, he's not attacking this turn, so we can get our power out. That's good. And also, we can store some block, because why not? And we hit him. What's this that we have? We are frail. Okay, we take more damage, and we're vulnerable. We take, okay, yeah, we're getting fucked. Okay. We need this. We're going to take some damage here. But we can hopefully get this guy in lethal range for next turn. Damn, I need to draw. I need that card that, based on how many attacks I do, yeah, we got lethal. Okay. Tough, but not so bad. I don't think we can go for the elite. I think we're just too weak. Deal 12 to the next skill you place, cost 0. Sly, gain 9 block. I love that. I love Sly. Means when you can, if you discard the card, then it just plays, and I love discarding and drawing cards. Shit. I think we smith. I think if we just go for the heal, we're never gonna make it. Boss time. We're going to use all of our potions, see if we can make something happen. I think we're about to eat shit. I'm surprised we aren't dead already. I've been struggling in this game. I've only been playing it for like 3 days, but I used to be like amazing at the first game, and I haven't even come close. I beat the first boss, like this first boss, one time and got into the second act, but every other time I've been eating shit before I even get there. So, all right, so this guy is intending to buff himself, so we don't need to use any defense here right now. We can focus on offense. We're going to want to use this one at the end because based on how many attacks I use, it increases its damage. Let's draw some cards. Discard this one. This was a good... oh, I fucked it up. I needed just one more mana. I would have gotten a huge finisher hit. I would have hit 5 times. Fuck me. Misplay. That's maybe why I haven't. Don't till get better. That's the rule here. All right. Well, this is ass, but I have a cool play. It's going to stay on me too. Oh, nice. Dude, this guy has so much health. I feel like I'm not OP at all. We have to play this really well if we're going to win. Do I discard the strike or the block? I think I discard the block. We gotta go for broke here, team. Yeah, that worked in our favor. That was the right play. We have 9, we take 22. We can weaken him. We take 16. All right. It's a good turn for us, team. We may actually beat this. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this is going to be a big hit. And I stunned him. Nice. So if we discard this card, it just automatically plays. That's why I love Slay. It's so sick. And slowly we've got this poison ticking up. If we could just survive, maybe we get something OP. Ringing? What does that mean? You can only play one card this turn. What? That's horseshit. I'm only going to take one, so I'm not going to play any more block. Luis Enrique, hi everyone. What game is this? Is as Esoteric Ebb? I'm sorry I missed your chat. Sorry, I was so focused on the game. This is Slay the Spire 2. And I'm sorry if I missed your chat, Luis. I haven't had so many chatters and was pretty focused there. Hope you're doing great. I think the art that you worked on, guys, Luis is the artist who made all this beautiful background. It's our first time playing it with it, writing in it and playing with it. He got it into me late last night, made it happen. All right, let's try to get lethal here. I'm sorry if I missed you, Luis. I hope you didn't dip out and you could hear that I shouted you out. I also shouted you out earlier when somebody was complimenting on the frame. So, giving you a lot of love. And if you guys need any art, definitely hit up Luis. He's unbelievably talented. He made all this stuff from scratch. I give him a mood board, and he just goes for it. He's the artist. Distill Chaos, play the top 3 card from your... Oh, was that a potion? I thought it was a... Okay. Let's see what we have here. Gain 1, draw 2 cards, exhaust. That seems good. Discard at 1 shiv into your hand for each card discarded. It's not good because, yeah, this is terrible actually for us. Because we need to keep, in order to take advantage of the playing a bunch of shivs, we would need to keep that card. Whenever you draw a card this turn, apply 3 points to all enemies. That seems kind of cool. Let's try it. Because it's to all enemies. It could be. We could have some crazy combos. All right, we made it to the second act here, team. We're actually playing our cut. Let's pick a route. We have a bunch of golds, and we want to offload our gold. So we need to find the soonest possible merchant, but it looks like there's none in this earlier range. In that case, we want to go for as many question marks, because sometimes a question mark could be a merchant. You may re-roll each card reward once. Replace the Ring with Ring of the Drake. Guys, we obviously have to go for this one. It seemed the craziest. Thanks. Working the project was great. Glad, Luis. I think we're going to go for this one. It's fun because you get to pick from another class, and so this could just get really interesting. I'm not sure it's necessarily the best play, but it is definitely the most interesting one, so we are going to do it. Draw one card for each unique orb you have. Do you want to draw one card? This seems like a potential option. We like to draw and we like to do damage. Cold Snap, Channel 1 Frost, that's not good. Add a slime into your discard pile, not good. Whenever you play power, no. Whenever you play power. This one could be good, but we don't have that many powers. But I could maybe pick up some powers. What does focus mean? Increase focus. No. Gain 1 orb slot. Okay. Deal 26 damage to all enemies, lose 3 focus. This game is somewhat reminiscent of Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, I love Darkest Dungeon. I played the shit out of that game too. But this is Slay the Spire. It's a really iconic, like roguelike deck builder. So each time you're building a new deck, and it is like one of the most popular games of all time. It has these like shitty graphics, as you could see. But the first one like became an absolute smash hit, including me. I was completely addicted and loving it. And so people like Slay the Spire 2 just came out this week in early access, and so I'm checking it out. I'm not quite good yet, though, I have to say. I'm surprised we even made it to the second act of this game. Like all right, this is kind of shit, but let's try that. Let's get back into the game, team. Did you like Darkest Dungeon, Luis? I loved it. I absolutely loved it. This we definitely play. We need a little defend here. We're otherwise going to eat so much damage. And then we go for as much damage as we can. So he's trying to steal my card. We have a nice turn here, though. All right, nice turn. I love that. I love that game. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon is so good. I tried playing Darkest Dungeon 2. I never got into it, and I was so in love with the first game. It's pretty surprising that I didn't like it. That was a slight misplay. I could have squeaked out another few damage there, team. It's my fault. Shit. This is exactly the hand we didn't need. We needed more attacks. But we can just play super defensive. Haven't played the DLC. Yeah, I played the DLC, but I didn't play... I didn't beat... Like, I beat the first one, but I didn't beat the second one. I never got it. I didn't get as into it as I thought I was gonna. He stole my card. I didn't kill him fast enough. I don't know if I could have played it any better to actually kill him, but there was a misplay there. We need a shop, team. We have 200 gold that we haven't spent. You don't want to be sitting on gold. You want to use it. You come upon a faintly glowing key and go to pick it up. Been looking all over it now. If you don't know, it looks bad, but it may not be. Alright, we're obviously fighting this guy to obtain the key. What kind of fucking question is that? I don't know what this guy does. I've never seen him before, but We're about to fuck him up. Okay, maybe we use this. Play the top 3 cards of your draw pile. Before I do that, let me make a little plan here. First we play this power, because then we play this power and we get a thing back, a mana back. We're taking 21. 5, 5, 5. Let's do this. Play the top 3 cards. Oh, okay, we got a power, which means that we get an extra mana. It's pretty good. And then we can do epic play right now, by the way, team. We're doing really well. Although we've only done 1 damage to this guy. But we got our powers out, and that potion actually hit exactly kind of what we needed. And I'll be able to play this card as well. So we have a lot going for us. We just need to play smart. We can't play reckless. I'm playing slowly because it's important. We're playing a lot of cards this turn, team. This was a big turn. 60 damage, plus we got our powers out. Not bad. We take 21. Let's discard that. Do we want to eke out the 6 damage, or do we want to just try to block 5? I think our 5 health is worth more. He's getting kind of low. We got to hit him. A new big play. Come on. Oh, we got a lot of poison cooking here, team. We're in a good spot. This does 0 damage because we have no other attacks to play. Alright, team. Not the best. Not the best. Not the best turn for us. That was an unlucky draw. Oh, but he just died from poison. Fuck yeah. It unlocks a special thing in the next act. Dude, I need this in this act. I've never made it to Act 3 yet. Fuck that. Oh, I love this card. I love drawing a lot. That's fun. All right. It'd be cool if we actually get to Act 3 to be able to use that key, but I've never made it to Act 3 yet. Easy to knock that guy out. We take a few damage, but not too bad. I think we might want to play a little defensive here, team. Oh, I maybe should have played that down. Alright, we can weaken you. We take some damage though. All good. Can I empty my hand? I can't because this goddamn lantern kid is so bad that I did that, but we obviously had to fight. It gave us an option to fight or not fight. We fight. We eat damage here. Actually, no, he takes poison, we win. Nice. Oh, I love infinite blades. Alright, our deck's getting kind of good. We need a shop, though. This guy looks cool. Is this a temporary upgrade or is it a full upgrade? We'll see. I hope it's a full upgrade. That's what we need. We love zero cost cards, team. Alright, we fight a boss. Gnarly. I wonder if these are upgraded forever or not. Alright, we need to kill everything kind of at once. That's the play. Gotta use your potions, team. It's too dangerous. Play 2 random cards from your draw pile. That seems pretty good. Okay. We're taking so much damage right now. 10, 16, 24. That's just too much. We just can't go on the offensive if we're taking that much damage. It's not possible. We gotta play some defense here. We gotta split our damage though too. Usually you want to just like nail one, but these guys will come back alive if we don't. So if you don't kill them around the same time. This gives us our mana back because it's power, and that's what we had played there. We need to weaken this guy. He's doing a lot of damage. We got this guy. We're so close. Do we have to empty our hand and use that? Both of these give me mana back. Really good. Really good, but I don't know. We'll see. We're fighting to the death here, team. In Act 2. I don't know if it's intentional, but we can't hear the game. I didn't keep the volume on. I have music going a little bit in the back, Louise, but I appreciate that feedback. I wonder if maybe I should have volume in the game. I'm not sure. I'll test that, but for right now, we're going to keep it off. Thanks for shouting that out, though. I do appreciate that. I always want feedback on this. What are we thinking here, team? This guy's 40 health. He's still super strong, but we are super vulnerable. Okay, that's good. Because we can weaken this guy. He's going to do 14 damage, but now he only does 10. So it's 10, 18, 28. That's lethal if we don't do any defense. But the best defense is a good offense, my friends. Watch this shit. I think it's a pretty good play here. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. These two will die. Just this guy hits me. That was well played by us. That was definitely the best play. We need to kill him right now. Whenever I draw a card this turn, yeah, I think we got him. Another boss down. Guys, this is one of our longest runs so far in Slay the Spire 2. I pretty much beat Slay the Spire 1 in every possible way you can beat it, but this is my first time. Alright. Raise my max HP. Okay, not so good. This is really good. We need a shop, team. We really need a shop. Such shit that we haven't gotten one yet. Such shit. Our closest one is all the way over here. I don't know if we're going to make it there. Let's rest. Let's try to make it there. Let's see how far we can push this run. We need a good one here, team. We need a good relic, a power relic, not max HP, but enemies drop 10 additional gold. That's not, we needed a combat one, team. We did not need more gold, especially because we can't even spend the gold that we have. We haven't hit the shop. If we can get to that shop, we're going to increase our power dramatically because we have so much gold. But we have to get there. Oh, a shop! Okay, okay, okay. The gods are in our favor, fam. We're in this. This is so good. Enchant up to 3 cards with a joy. Upgrade 2 random attacks. Gain 2 potion slots. Enemy is supposed to apply 9 poison. Draw cards so you have 6 in hand. This seems insane. This is good. We're taking this guy. We're taking this guy. We're taking this guy. Alright, we just got way stronger. Now we have a boss fight, but I think we just got kind of strong. I want to upgrade this guy. That means it automatically starts in my hand. It's good to have these ships coming in. Roguelike, yeah. It's exactly roguelike. So you start a new run every time, but we are unlocking new cards and stuff. So it's not just, game is in early access. It just came out this week. I still have a lot of cards left to unlock, so it's not like fully the way it's going to be. There are more cards that I can use in my deck once I unlock more and do a couple more runs. We take 22. It's a lot of damage. We're not going to just heal 5. We're going to instead add the power. We're just going to do more damage over the course of the fight. It's a boss at the end of the day, anyway. Shit, that's a lot of damage. Okay, we can get this guy. That means we take 12 here. Okay. Okay. We're just going all in on the offense here, team. we use this? I think we do. It sucks, but we really just can't be taking that kind of damage. Damn, we're taking so much damage. It's not looking good, team. This boss might be eating us. Alright, but finally we have an opportunity to attack him without him hitting us. This is huge. But we can't really take advantage of it. We don't have any draw cards to play around that. Despite having a ton in our deck, we didn't hit it. It's tough. Really tough. And I can't empty my hand either. We waste all this block, team. Oh! Wait. Can I empty my hand? Okay, actually, we might be gods. Nice play that we didn't even see. We're not so good at this game just yet, team. We need to get warm up. That was an insanely good play, but we found it a little bit by happenstance, realistically. I didn't realize I could empty my hand by discarding that card. I didn't process it. So he takes 29. I think we have lethal. Somehow we're still in this, team. It's hard fought. We go for lethal, yeah. All right, another boss down. The first time we use HP, each time I draw 3 cards, that's good. This is insane. This is insane. All these cards are really good. Adrenaline's too good. We gotta take it. Oh, we're coming up to second act. End of second act. This would be the farthest we've ever gone. In this game just yet. Alright. Can't jinx it. Ah, shit. We take a bunch of damage this turn. We take a bunch of damage this turn, team. Six, not so much. I think we have a potentially good play here. We need to play a shit ton of cards right now. Watch this. We go for the biggest guy. That's you. discard. I think we need to do damage. We can't just be passive. This guy dies from poison. He doesn't do damage. So we have 16 coming in. All right. This is free because of our other power. Shit, this guy would be is one off from dying. We need to spend some mana on it. We're okay though. I think we should get out of here without him taking any more damage. Yeah. Okay. I don't feel OP. I feel like usually the times when I've gotten really far in this game is like I've done something really good and oh fuck, this is good. Team, we might have just gotten a little OP. We need a potion for this next fight. Huge. All right, this would be the first time that we ever beat the second act boss in Slay the Spire 2. We have beaten Slay the Spire 1. But this game just came out this week in early access. Okay, so he's not attacking me this turn. I was hoping to get the one where if I play a power, it gives me back 1 mana because I have a lot of powers in my hand. But either way, getting a bunch of powers in your hand for turn 1 when he's not attacking is really good. Okay. Let's see. 370. Wait. Draw 1 for your card each turn. Take 6 damage. Can I afford to take 6 damage every turn? I don't think so. I think we have to go for this. I don't know. I've never seen this boss before. This is my first time making it this far in Slay the Spire 2. I need to draw. Nice. When we discard this card, it automatically plays. It's really good. We play this or do we play this? This over turn. More turns will give me more. Okay. We don't take damage. We have 17 armor. We have our powers out. So far, it's not going terribly. 8, 16, 24 we take. We get 1 mana back for that because we get mana when we play powers. And I can empty my hand. We have a nice turn here, team. Starting to get in flow. Okay. Just going pretty well. Very nice. Okay. Act 2 boss here, team. First time ever even reaching this Act 2 boss in Slay the Spire 2. So, feeling pretty good about this. Oh, he's not attacking me this turn. So I can full send on the offense. I need to draw a card this turn. Do I have anything to draw? No, I have no draw cards this turn, so that's not being played. What order should I play these in? I play this one first, then I play this one. Then I play these, and then we have a big final hit. We could just play that, sure. This guy has so much health. You cannot play more than 3 cards each turn. That will kill us. So we're going to start taking 7 damage every turn now. That's tough. Take 19. We play for offense or defense. We got to defend here. We have to. Hopefully our poison starts ticking up and we keep getting these free shifts every turn and we can potentially take him down. We have a potentially big play here. We need to play it smart. The question is if we dump expertise first, because we actually don't want to draw these cards so that we can get to here. How many cards do we want to draw from expertise? Because then how many can I dump? So I have 3 mana. Yeah, we go like this. Re-empty our hand. We come here. We're going to take a lot of damage. Oh, we might lose right now. It might be done. 1 health. Can we make the comeback of the century? Keeping in mind we're going to take 9 just from that. We have literally 1 health. We need to win this turn. He's going to take 20 from poison. Is he going to heal at the start, or does my poison tick before he heals? Well, I guess we'll find out. Can we kill? We just need to get him below 20. It's done. We lose, team. It was a valiant effort, though. Conquered. That was our furthest run yet. 33 floors climbed, 3 elites killed, 500 gold gained. We discovered a ton of shit. We discovered a bunch of new cards, a bunch of, you see, like, because it's early access, we keep getting new cards. We haven't, and we just started playing, so we'll have more opportunities with better cards, I think, in the future. Alrighty, Tim. We've been streaming for a couple hours now, and it's been a great time. We had some great writing, and we're going to continue pick up where we left off on the writing on Tuesday. So please stay tuned for that. That'll probably be at 9:49 Eastern time, and really appreciate all the support today, all the love today, and go back and check out the writing if you hadn't. Watch it on 2x speed because it's obviously a little grueling when you're working through it all day, but you'll see us start from nothing and by the end have like a nice workable draft. So with that, I'm going to hop off and I bid you Godspeed and good fortune on all your adventures.